From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan on the hardwood tonight. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Pacers as New York tries to even the series before it moves back to MSG. Tip-off is at 5 on TNT. The Pacers 3-point favorites. In the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight, Game 4 between the Stars and Oilers north of the border in Edmonton. Dallas looking to even that series before heading home for Game 5. In the NFL, Bills running back James Cook did not attend OTAs as he waits on a new contract. Cook heading into the final year of his rookie deal and wants some more money. Meanwhile, Bills edge rusher Joey Bosa already sidelined with a calf injury that'll keep him out until training camp. Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins, a no-show at Falcons OTAs. The reason for his absence unclear to head coach Raheem Morris. It certainly can't be the money. On the diamond, both the Ducks and the Beavers hosting regionals at their respective parks following Monday's selection show. The Ducks drawing the number 12 overall seed and number 1 in their region. They will open play against 4-seed Utah Valley at 6 o'clock on Friday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Dude, we're coming in hot right now.
Good Tuesday. Yeah, we are because for some reason,
That was the most random.
yes.
Well,
Well, it's not
energy.
random. Here's the thing.
It's random.
No, it's not. He's planting seeds right before we turn on the mic because he knows we can be had right before we turn on the microphone.
It is true. We are easily persuaded. We're like
Yeah.
It
We're
was
like
a
squirrels.
random
we're like
aside.
a we're like a young Motown singer. You can pretty much convince us to do just about anything that you
Well,
want.
that has nothing to do with me. You guys are derailed easily on your own.
Wow. Okay. Buckley off the air right before we turn on the mics. Leave it to him. He's like, Dustin May sucks. We're going Cleveland Dodgers over right out of the gate. 3:10 first pitch. Right before we said what it do.
Yeah. Like,
Well, you already knew
Dodgers,
that part.
Guardians.
That's scripted. You're good
Huh?
with that.
Yeah, so it's like, well, now
you're-
I'm like, well,
Do we have to lay a sawbuck down on the Dodgers Guardians?
Well, that seems like a terrible idea.
yeah, no, I don't tail Buckley.
No, that's a good idea.
But
Well,
I
I
think
was-
it's awesome that he's already betting sports tonight.
Well, I was perplexed already because in my mind, not that I was going to lead with this, but Buckley got me twice because he had the Kirk Cousins didn't show up and for reasons that are unknown. What?
Well, they didn't. Well,
They didn't say.
it wasn't excused. He's not holding out for more money.
Well, of course. Like,
So what? Are you sitting out because you want to be the starter? Like what is that?
yes. Like, it's-
Well, the reasons that weren't made clear.
or were you confused by that, or was
No.
it with the Falcons?
There's not an explanation for why he missed. He just didn't want to be there.
really. So that's like saying if you've
Okay,
got
there's holding out, but wouldn't you still show up even if
Okay.
you're not going to participate?
if your wife's a real see you next Tuesday and she tells you that she doesn't want you in your house anymore, and then the guy doesn't come home and he's at the bar, is there really we can't figure out why he didn't come home, Bob? I don't know. It's a mystery to everybody. We can't figure it out. But
Well, he hasn't made a trade demand public. He hasn't said that I'm not going to be there. So I guess it being unexplained,
think-
even if we can connect the dots.
that's the one that confused me. I was like, really? We can't figure that one out, can we?
Minerals, vitamins.
Whoa.
I hate to tell you that, but that doesn't exactly take Nicolas Cage to figure that like Jet Age secret out. I think we can figure that one out on our own. Kurt doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, I think what
Well, what
Suka's
are you
saying
gonna
is it's understood.
Yes. Some things are just understood.
Well, we will adjust and move the drill.
I was thrown by that. So when you said that, my first thought was, wait, are the Falcons confused? Did the Falcons get confused on that, or was that a Ryan Buckley
It was
confused?
probably miswritten. The story that I read was that it
insane.
was essentially that Raheem Morris was caught off guard and did not have an explanation for it. Thought he was going to be there. He wasn't.
Something tells me that Mr. Morris has a real good idea why Kirkers isn't there.
But he apparently, in the story, which I read,
yes.
Offensive coordinator Zach Robinson, or quarterbacks coach Zach Robinson, said that he's been around this offseason. He's seen him plenty. So
Tell you what, I'm not sure which is least shocking, the Joey Bosa injured already,
that's
or Kirk Cousins not showing up to, quote, voluntary activities. Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about voluntary OTAs?
who
really?
cares about Kirk Cousins?
Steelers might care about Kirk.
Yeah, I care about Kirk. He's the
He
only
sucks now.
outside of Rodgers. He's the only decent quarterback still out there.
Yes.
Right? Like so
There
he
is
matters.
two viable options at quarterback that are currently not slated. Well, one's not on a team and one won't be on a team. So, yeah, it matters.
But voluntary OTA. I mean, come on.
Come on.
It's that time of year.
Hey, you going to show up? I enjoy, too, that the players don't even let people know. How about you figure out whether or not I'm going to...
And that was the intended significance here.
But don't tell me. That way we'll both be equally surprised when I don't show. Yeah, come on. OTAs. That's not a thing. That's a voluntary activity.
but the coach saying, "Oh yeah, we knew he wasn't going to be here," is a thing too.
Yeah, James Cook wasn't there too, so I wonder if we can figure that one out as well. But
Well, he has
Actually,
said
I
it's for
can't.
money.
What is that about?
sports. Most of the time, someone doesn't show up. It's for one
Money.
reason, and that
But
would
he
be-
let everyone know it was money.
I'm
Kirk
holding
didn't say
out.
anything to anyone.
I won't be here tomorrow, and it will be understood why I'm not here.
Everyone knows.
A lot will be understood.
Everyone knows.
People are like,
4
"Where's-"
hours.
well, everyone would think I'm sick, but I'm not. I'm holding out for more money.
But don't you have a contract coming up?
I think so. Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, that's right.
Well, something like that.
September.
I don't know.
think?
Our anniversary, our anniversary is the same anniversary as my wife and I's anniversary.
Yes, it
You
is.
knew that, right?
Yes, I did.
September 25th.
Yes.
So that's when we signed
Well,
on the dotted lines.
I think you're in the last of your year, and last time I checked, that Cook guy also in the last of his contract. So,
If you don't see me in here one day,
are you making 5.2 along with
no,
with James Cook?
not quite.
Not quite. And that's insulting to him. He's like, this is ridiculous. I do love the
Well,
world
he
of-
saw what Saquon did, and I'm
That's
looking
insane.
at what Stephen A. Smith is doing, saying, "Pay me some SAS money."
How?
You know what I'm going to
What?
start doing?
What?
I'm going to start coming in here, and in the
Caitlin
first
Clark is
segment,
white.
I am going to just repeat Stephen A. Smith from whatever show he's on.
Yeah, that's he's got
I'm
like
just gonna
9
do
of
that.
them.
Well, whatever one that I can see,
Sure.
I'm just going to repeat it.
I like it.
How long before anyone figures that out?
I don't know. That's a good question.
If I did that
If
without
you did it.
announcing it.
Could you do it in Stephen A's voice and his weird forehead?
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, let's just say, because I'm in a contract year.
You are.
Stephen A. Smith's in a contract year.
He got paid like
He's
17
what, 10 million or
I
something?
think he's more than that.
Is it?
He's the highest paid ESPN employee ever.
I want that Stephen A. Smith money, so I'm just gonna start saying what he says.
Yeah, let's see what Stephen A's making.
Got to be something to that, right?
Looks like he's getting about 20 mil a year.
Yeah,
Good God.
5-year
nice.
contract,
be nice.
100 milli.
For that?
I'm okay with it. For what?
I don't know.
Just being loud?
Yeah, pretty
It's
much.
gonna be my new bit.
I mean,
Apparently it's a bit that works.
it's one of those things. I say this about like it's the same thing about like content creators or OnlyFans models or whatever. The Kardashians, like he has to have something. I don't know what it is, but the man gets attention. Otherwise, every
Yeah.
dip ass that yelled and screamed, which is like 1,000 people on the radio and TV, they'd all be Stephen A. Smith.
No, there's a reason he makes what he makes.
Yeah, so there's a reason. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not begrudging.
eyeballs.
I'm just saying. I mean, he's not my cup of tea, but whatever.
No,
He's
that's
obviously
one of
got
those-
an audience.
Yeah, it's one of those that I just sometimes I scratch my head, but at the same time I try not to dismiss that.
Yeah.
That's like dismissing
Exactly.
like I don't know, like Morgan Wallen right now is like the biggest thing in music. I for the life of me can't figure that out.
Who?
The guy that shouts the N-word and now he's like the
He
biggest
threw
thing
a
in the world.
chair off the top of the
Oh, that guy.
bar in
Yeah, I don't-
Nashville. Or
I know
whatever.
him more for that.
I
Yeah,
don't-
Morgan Wallen, I think.
Wallen, whatever. I don't know. That guy's like the most popular thing in music. I can't get it, but he's obviously
Well,
got something.
You know, there's a lot of people who think Big Sook's a joke,
It's possible.
and they're like,
Yeah.
"Why? I don't get that that stupid show."
Yeah.
What the
20
hell's
are you
that
going
about?
there? 20 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, well, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. Hate away. I don't care. Listen, Stephen A. Smith. Okay, so if I come on every day and just have a little 2-minute diatribe of how's your water? Is that good?
My
Energy.
water. Yeah.
Well, what is it?
That would be an ultraviolet zero sugar monster. Delightful.
So if I come on here and like, okay, so I was just Googling.
Yeah.
just to see what he says,
Mhm.
or to see if anything comes up. You know.
Yeah. Like, what's the latest thing that?
Yeah, the latest is Stephen A. Smith warns the WNBA about its biggest concern while Caitlin Clark is out with an injury.
Caitlin Clark is white.
So that's where he earns his money. He's like, he has to like pretend to care about that kind of thing.
Caitlin Clark is white.
So
He
tomorrow,
has to pretend to care about a lot of things.
right? So tomorrow, I am going to have that take right out of the gate,
Oh,
and we'll see how it goes.
I like where this is going.
I can see dollar signs.
You love your hot WNBA takes.
And I might scream it. You know, you
really do.
might be careful.
You gotta crank it
I'm
up.
coming in hot tomorrow.
Well, that's the problem.
Not
you gotta,
today, though.
You got to be like, what is that? What was the Greco guy or Al Greco?
Who?
Remember, there's a Dan.
Al Del Greco?
No, who was the
was
the
a kicker.
host?
Yeah.
The New York host that was always.
Dan
Oh,
Levitar?
Don LaGreca.
Oh, Don.
Yeah.
Oh.
You gotta be that guy.
That guy.
That
Who the hell are you?
That guy.
That-
Yeah,
You
you,
piece of garbage.
piece of human garbage.
Boy's ass.
Yeah, you really
you have to really care.
Are you kidding me?
gotta be that guy.
Are you kidding me?
So if you work on that, try to mix in some Stephen A. with whoever the hell that guy is. You combine
Boy's ass.
you combine those two things, and now that's where
By
you get your
September, I'll be the white Stephen A. making $20 million,
$20 million a year.
Just-
Who the
Stealing his-
hell are you?
stealing his takes. What show is he on? What do I need to watch?
I don't know. He's
He's got his own podcast.
He's on.
I think
so
he hosts
much
First
stuff.
Take. He's also
Well, you make $20 million. He's
on
on
all
everything.
the NBA coverage that
He
they
does.
do.
He does some of like their boxing and UFC stuff. He did
Ugh.
some football stuff for a while. And
No, thank you.
remember his hot football takes? I'm not sure which is.
Yeah, wasn't
don't-
he was like talking about
His
he has like
Hunter
a
Henry
notorious
was
segment
out
where he's
all
like,
year.
with Hunter Henry banged up, they're not gonna do, and it was like he hadn't played there for
Yeah,
2 years.
He talks about people that are no longer there and people that have been out
Yeah,
for the
that
entire
happens.
year with an ACL tear, and and when you watch like when he does some of the fighting stuff like boxing and UFC, I'm not sure which is worse, but when they're paying him $20 million, you're putting his ass in front of things. But if you put me in front of like if you threw me out there and said I need to talk about MLS, it'd probably be the same thing. You're like, oh hell, like you just ask someone to give you like 3 notes of something, and then you can only go back to those 3 things, and one of them's wrong, and you look like a fool.
So you try to fake it.
Well, I mean, if they make I don't think they're asking him, hey, do you want to do the NFL? They're like, hey, dumbass, we're giving you $20 million. Go talk about the NFL.
Well, then how about this? Watch the NFL.
I think, honestly, and this is my defense of Stephen A. Smith, I think it's nearly impossible to ask someone to be, because he's getting paid to basically be an expert opinion and
About anything.
about everything, and I just think
That's a red flag right there.
I just think it's impossible.
Well, it is impossible.
So they're setting him up to fail. So I don't even think that's a like I don't even fault Stephen A. I mean, I
Look
think
at you.
I think he looks like a clown a lot of times when he does that stuff. But I think that's on ESPN. You're setting him up. You're putting a man in a land of soup and he's armed with a fork. You can't. He can't succeed. Maybe if it was like some sort of minestrone, you could stab at some noodles, but that's just not going to be something that works on a day-to-day basis. And then he gets clowned and everyone's like, "Oh my God." But then it still generates clicks. I think with Stephen A and ESPN, anything he does, good or bad, that is the definition of any press is good press. Because I think it's eyeballs.
That's right.
And he can't get discredited. ESPN's not going to toss him away for anything he does. And so he can,
Well, and he's going to win every argument, or at least he's going to have some sort of theatrical thing when he's going up against Kendrick Perkins from day to day.
well, and that's the thing is like, if you put a normal person on coverage of something, they're going to have to try to earn credibility. Stephen A already has credibility of being Stephen A, and then he really doesn't need credibility in anything else because it doesn't matter to him. It's like if I had this over the weekend, if you are in a conversation with someone that does not care about facts or the truth, that conversation is going nowhere. And that's him. Like, you can't attack his credibility because he doesn't have
It's all
it.
his opinion.
Yeah, it's all an opinion. He is very knowledgeable about the NBA. I'll give him
Caitlin
that.
Clark is white.
And outside of that, he's just a guy that yells and screams, and you can't beat that.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is my new plot to 20 million. Buckle up. But starting tomorrow.
Start tomorrow.
Today I'll just be me.
Thank you. I appreciate
But
that.
tomorrow I'm going to be a totally different sports host.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to buckle up for that one.
For you
That is-
guys.
that's a 10,000 watt blowtorch, or I don't know what the big wattage is. Remember that? Like, I don't remember that.
For the signal?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what's a good signal. I may have said 10,000, and that's like a curling iron. But whatever the big wattage like blowtorch, that was always something back in the day that Furness would say. He'd be like, "It's a 50,000 watt blowtorch coming at you."
How's that guy doing?
Oh,
Should get him on.
he's up there doing
Talk hockey.
Iron Furnace. Hey,
Kraken.
no, they
Yeah,
suck.
he's a Kraken guy.
Yeah, but they're terrible.
Right?
Yeah, we talk about my Oilers. Come on.
Yeah. Did they win?
2-1.
I have a
one
hot
tonight.
take.
Big one tonight.
Wait till you hear my hot take about that
Oh,
tomorrow.
I can't wait. Hot
Even though I didn't watch it.
Hot Stuart Skinner talk.
Who?
He's their goalie. He's got a good mustache. You'd like him.
I do like him.
Yeah.
He's part of my diatribe tomorrow. Wait till you hear it.
Can't wait.
All right, well, let's start with headlines coming up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on The Fan.
Yeah, that's right. Primetime with Isachi and Suk on 1080 The Fan. That's what station you're listening to. We are sports, allegedly.
Sports adjacent.
It is May 27th. You know, we're almost to June.
I know.
You believe that?
I do believe that. It's supposed to be in the 80s this week, so
Yeah.
it's very June-esque.
Well, I think it's 80 out there right now, isn't it?
I don't know, Jerry. I like when you go Seinfeld for no particular reason. I do know that. What is the deal with that?
Also, when you say the date for no particular reason,
Yeah.
I have a little panic that I should be starting in the news and I don't have it ready.
You can fire it off if you want.
No, I don't want to, but when you're like, it is May 27th, I'm like, whoa.
People can't handle news at 3:20.
Only 79
No.
out there right now.
Yeah. Had to turn the sprinklers back on. Still don't have that hedge trimmer, though, that I'm looking for.
Oh, I
So-
had somebody text me about that. We may get you hooked up on that.
a hedge trimmer?
Yeah.
Oh,
My landscape guy texted me.
hot hedge trimmer.
I forgot to get back to him, though. He wants to know what you want.
It's a hedge trimmer.
Yeah. Should we just call him right now on the air and get that all squared
Let's
away?
just kind of square this away right now. Yeah. But yeah, the sprinklers had to come back on today, and it's
I do know.
It's that time of the year, man.
We've got a game 4 tonight. Are you excited about that?
Hockey or basketball?
Basketball.
No,
Really?
I am not.
Why not?
Uh,
Pacers Knicks pretty good.
because I got hockey to care about.
Oh.
All of my, I will say that the
Whoa.
Nakers.
Whoa.
the Knicks and the
Whoa.
Pacers. I'm just combining them with the Nakers.
Oh,
That does get my attention,
Dangerous.
got our attention too.
but hockey takes precedence over me. So if you're asking me which one I'm more excited about, in between caring about the Stars and the Oilers, then I will switch over to the Nakers game and see if that interests me. And then if
Be
it gets into the fourth
careful.
quarter, I will care again. But,
It'll be good in the fourth quarter,
I think so.
right? I mean, hasn't
Well-
every one of those games been good in the fourth quarter? Am I
No,
wrong?
one has not. So
Which one? Because the other one was like,
Game 2 wasn't.
Last game
right?
was.
Yeah. So game
Pacers
1
blew
had
them
the
out.
crazy comeback, and then
yeah,
game 2 was not, and then game 3 was. I
that
think.
series is kind of bananas.
Yeah.
Kind of fun.
yeah, it's been fun. And if you're sitting there and you're in New York, like I don't know what you make of it, because you could sit there and say, I can't believe we let game 1 get away from us. But the Pacers are saying the same thing about game 3. They were up by 20 and they let that one go away. So I don't really know what you make of that at this point. You've had 2 massive blown leads, one on each side. And then you had the one that was competitive, but Indiana just was able to close them out, and there wasn't a lot of huge drama involved in that. So
Yeah.
I mean, this idea though that like when the Knicks went down 2-0 that this series was over was ludicrous. Like obviously you come back and you win game 3, and now you win this one and you even the series, and then you're going back to New York. I mean, this is
the
everything.
series tonight.
I mean,
Who wins tonight wins the series.
I think that's right.
well, I mean,
Pacers go up 3-1.
like
They'll win.
Minnesota last night had a chance to make that a series.
Yeah.
That was a 1-possession game down the stretch. Oklahoma City shut the door by making free throws, and now it feels like it's an insurmountable lead. But
No, I saw SGA miss one.
I've never understood this idea of being down 2-0 is a death sentence. It's tough. 3-0 is the death sentence.
Well, what is it? The series hasn't started until
I guess
I guess they did win.
they did win on the other's home court.
I also
but
think no team's ever come back from 0-2 when they dropped their first 2 at home.
That's never
which
happened.
the Knicks did.
Knicks could do it, don't you
Yes,
think? In this series?
absolutely. They
I mean, if
can.
they win tonight, they can.
yes.
Yeah, got to win tonight.
So Indiana is not some
Alright.
sort of dominant team. I think when you look at this, the Final Four, the best team is clearly Oklahoma City. When Oklahoma City puts their foot on the gas, that is the best team left in the playoffs. It's the best team all season long. It's just a matter of, do they have letdowns, and does the youth kind of rear its ugly head there? But again, New York and Indiana, I think that's the definition of 2 heavyweights swinging at each other. And I think that's anyone's series. And it would shock me absolutely none if New York evens this thing up and we go back to New York 2-2 with all the momentum going in New York's favor.
I have one other NBA headline for you before we move on to college football. And it is that the Portland Trailblazers may have interest in the great Chris Paul. Is this truth?
Gross.
Another undersized guard? God, yes. And this one's like 40.
He is not like 40. He's 40.
It's actually pretty neat.
He plays all 82 games. I mean, I don't
Not
know.
usually, but this year he did.
Look,
This is from Sam Amico.
yeah,
Is that?
Sam Amick.
Amick.
But this says Amico. Are there two different guys?
Oh, Sam Amico? Maybe
Amico.
there
Yeah,
you go.
Hoopswire. There's two. So there's Sam Amick
Yeah,
and there's Sam Amico.
Amico. Yeah.
I
Forgot
don't
about
know,
him.
man. Like,
This is Sam Amico.
are we just
Here's what he says. He is. He writes for Hoopswire,
sure.
and he said the Blazers are among the teams that could have an interest in Chris Paul should he not return to the Spurs. Portland GM Joe Cronin has suggested he likes the roster as currently constructed, though those around the league have said the Blazers would like to add a veteran guard to mentor Scoot Henderson. Paul is not expected to be back in San Antonio.
Does Chris Paul want to be a stable pony for Scoot Henderson on a team that's going nowhere fast?
What might
Chris Paul want to go to that lake?
Does
Maybe he
wanna go?
does want to go that lake.
I don't know.
What might Chris
I'm
Paul
going to that
want?
lake.
This is the question.
Well, I would assume
Is he a ring chaser type guy?
he doesn't have one, so
Yeah.
I would assume if you're Chris Paul, one of two things. Because if you wanted to stay and be a mentor to a young team, why wouldn't you stay in San Antonio where you have actual, like, seemingly a lot of upward trajectory in that you have a couple young guys, including the most exciting young player to come into the NBA in 15 years, and you're going to add the number 2 overall pick. Why wouldn't you stay and mentor that as opposed to going to Portland?
I don't think they want him.
They don't want him, so they're just going to move on. Because I know they're probably
Yeah.
going to draft another guard. They're going to draft, Bailey or Harper. But I don't know. I mean, if he doesn't come back, I just don't
They
know.
pick second, right?
Yeah, they pick second. I just don't know why.
Those bastards.
That just seems like an odd fit to me. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I can see why Portland wants him, but do we still at this point need another mentor for Scoot Henderson? Isn't that why you have Chauncey Billups? That he played that position and Chauncey called him out last year, and that kind of led to the maturity thing. And I don't want another guy that's taking minutes away. My God, if anything, I'd like to get rid of guards, not add more.
Chauncey's 48.
Yeah,
So he's only 8 years older.
It's not much different.
Both
So-
pretty good.
So I guess I can see from Portland's standpoint why kind of you'd want that. I just don't know why. If Chris Paul is just looking for a place to play basketball, there has to be a better place than Portland that's going to win 38 games next
Yeah.
year. What? I mean, it just
So it
makes
sounds
no
like
sense.
San Antonio can give him some dough, but he wants to play, and
Yeah.
they just won't.
Okay.
They're moving on.
Okay, so we're going to bring him here and then take away minutes from
Yeah,
God.
according to Sam
Can we
Amico or Amico.
That just doesn't make any sense here to me whatsoever. But
Well, we'll see if they do it.
at this point, I'm not going to.
You don't even care.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I have my finger on the pulse of what Joe Cronin's thinking. But I'll tell you what: if that happens, watch them draft Con Knipple and then sign Chris Paul, and me to raise my hand and just be like, "What in the living hell is going on?"
And watch a fair number of Blazer fans do backflips over those moves.
Oh yeah, dude, the Chris Paul move. The guy said on the text line, and he's right. If the Blazers sign Chris Paul, buckle up for Blazer fan to go. Just that small segment of Blazer fan to go crazy over it. Be like, oh yeah, dude, what a move.
Chris Paul. I mean, I'm gonna look and see what old Chris. I know he played every game last year. So in the age of 39, Chris Paul, he gave you a whopping 8 points and threw about 3 boards, and he dished out 7 assists.
We all know what he is at this point. He's 40 years old.
He's
He's
40
a
years old.
veteran, savvy point guard, a Hall of Famer who can teach the youngs
Why?
a
Why
thing or
do
two.
you want to give? Why do you want to take away 25 minutes away? Do we need someone to take minutes away from the young guard? But if anything, those guys should be playing 40 minutes a night.
Or can he really take on one of those Udonis Haslam, DeAndre Jordan roles where he just really sits there and does not ever
And
play?
that's my point. Does he want? That's why I said, do you want to be a stable pony?
It doesn't sound like it. Sounds like he wants to play.
Yeah. So
Which
I
is
don't-
why
why here? Yeah, that's weird.
That's why the Spurs, they're probably gonna part ways.
Well, and he spent a lot of time in Phoenix and
Ballers
LA
ball,
and
dude.
Texas, and maybe he just wants some of this Pacific Northwest weather. maybe he's yearning for state taxes and just cold, dreary weather.
I would
Long-time Nike guy?
I would love to see his face when they told him, "Hey, you're going to the Blazers."
Yeah, it's like
Instant call to his agent. Like, what are you doing?
The answer to that is no. Yeah, someone saying, are they trying to correct the? I think it was the Martell Webster, right? If I'm not,
That's
I'm
right.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
If I remember
They
my
traded.
my Blazer history, they had an opportunity to draft Chris Paul,
And they traded it,
and then they
traded
got
back
Martell Webster.
for Martell.
Hey, and Martell Webster, I think he still
No.
lives around here. I think he's a local guy. But
Okay,
you know,
but whatever. He sucked.
I don't think he sucked.
I think he did.
Was he Chris Paul? Probably not.
Oh
but-
my God. Are you really comparing Martell Webster to Chris Paul? Jesus. Give
Hey.
me Martell's best season.
I'm looking to see where I'm looking
I
to
see you Googling. Let me see.
No, I'm trying to go through the draft and see
Oh.
exactly how that
All right,
went down.
I'll go look up Martell Webster's stats.
So you got Andrew Bogut went 1, and then Marvin Williams, who people thought was going to be better than he was.
Marvin Williams.
And then you got Darren Williams, who was actually good for a period of time. He went to the Jazz. And then, then it was Chris Paul, Fat Raymond Felton, who eventually became a Blazer.
Oh, dodged a bullet there.
And then came at number 6,
Martell.
Martell Webster.
So they had the 3 pick, right?
They had the 3 pick, and they traded with Utah.
So they could have had Darren
They
Williams.
could have Darren Williams or Chris
Chris
Paul,
Paul.
but they ended up with Martell Webster.
That's another one that gets kind of lost. Now remember, they had, but part of that is they already had, didn't they already have Roy, Brandon Roy?
I'd have to
Which
look
is
at-
why the
I think they had a guard on that. I don't remember who it,
well,
who
I
it
thought
was, but there was a reason why they
like
went away from
you can, I don't know, but
it. You can't justify.
you can
that. That's-
justify them not wanting a guard at that point, but
in hindsight.
that one is lost in history of amongst all the boneheaded Blazers moves, and there are a lot of them. I was explaining that to someone the other day who wasn't familiar with the Blazers at all. We from out of town. We were talking about, and I'm like, dude, you don't know. The Blazers have had 2 of the biggest draft whiffs of all time.
Yeah.
And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, well, they drafted Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan and Greg Oden over Kevin Durant. I said, find me a franchise that has 2 bigger whiffs.
Well, and to be
And
fair,
he's like, oh my God, I didn't even know that.
I think when you add in, I think Chris Paul and Martell Webster probably deserve that.
It's a top
discussion.
fiver.
And by the way, they did not. So that they would have passed on that due to the drafting already of one Sebastian Telfair.
Oh, is that what it was? They already had Telfair?
They had Steve Blake, Juan Dixon,
Oh, yeah,
and
what
the
am I-
great Sebastian Telfair.
Why would I think that Brandon Roy was drafted before Chris Paul?
Ah.
Was he? No.
No, Roy
because
came
he's
out
not.
first.
No.
He's old, but
He's
not,
in his 30s.
He's not 40 years old.
Yeah.
But
Martell,
yes.
best season, 11.4 points, 3.9 reebs. And the old fella shot 42% from 3.
Roy came in 2 years later. He came in 06, 07.
Not bad for
so.
3.
Yeah, but that season was in Washington, not in Portland.
Well, look, they had Martell Webster and Steve Blake, for God's sakes. They didn't need a guard. They needed Martell Webster out of Seattle Prep.
Well,
So,
lost to history.
yeah,
Right or wrong, bring back Chris Paul. Right a wrong, do it now.
20 years later, bring
Bring him back.
Hey, look, the nice thing about Martell Webster is the other 2 draft boners make yours just kind of go away.
Yeah, no one really talks about it.
No, it's kind of the best thing. You just kind of can quietly just slide underneath the radar and no one has to talk about it. Like,
Hey, he
remember
made
when
money, right?
Remember when they took Martell Webster over Chris Paul and Darren Williams? Everyone's like, no, man, it's all about Durant and then the Jordan thing.
Martell Webster career earnings.
Oh, I made a bunch. 105 maybe.
45 million.
47.5.
Whoa.
I thought he made way more than that.
No.
He never got that big.
That
fat...
was back in the day of,
Oh yeah.
you had to work a
You had to
second
work it.
job and you only made 10 million.
let's
I
not
thought he
get
got
carried
a.
away.
I thought he got a. One of those ridiculous fat second contracts.
I don't think so. I mean, he played 11 years. I mean, he didn't.
No, it
He
said
wasn't
was
a
around.
flame.
That's
out.
shocking to me that he played 11 years or in parts of 11
Well, he was
years.
in Washington for like 6 or 7 years.
I thought he would have gotten one of those.
He didn't make much there.
I guess the money wasn't the same back then, but
No, it wasn't. All right, there's enough hot Martell Webster talk for you guys. You're welcome. Blazers are interested in Chris Paul, according to one guy named Sam, but not the guy named Sam that you think. Coming up next, college. Okay, so here's the thing. It's a touchy subject now. Okay. College football playoff auto qualifiers.
yeah,
Now we're having
media fights.
it is a dust up
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, it's been made abundantly clear that Kirk Cousins was not at Falcons OTAs because he didn't want to be there, and everybody knew that, including the head coach Raheem Morris, who just didn't want to say that. But Kirk Cousins, who's making a ton of money, mad about Michael Penix, he's just going to stay at home for a little while. Also, in Buffalo, running back James Cook, he didn't attend OTAs. We know exactly why. He wants a new deal. He's going into the rookie year, or the final year of his rookie deal. Meanwhile, Bills edge rusher Joey Bosa, not really a surprise, injured already, calf injury that'll keep him out until training camp. Meanwhile, on the dime, the Ducks and Beavers both going to host regionals at their respective parks following Selection Monday. Oregon Ducks draw the number 12 overall seed as the number 1 seed in their region. They'll open play against Utah Valley at 6 o'clock on Friday. The winner of the Ducks region will play the winner of the Raleigh region, hosted by North Carolina. The Beavs, meanwhile, earn the number 8 overall seed and would go on to host the winner of the Tallahassee region in the Super Regional if they advance. Oregon State takes on 4-seed St. Mary's at 5 o'clock on Friday. Meanwhile, on the hardwood tonight, a big Game 4 in the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Pacers as New York tries to even that series before it moves back to MSG. Tip-off is at 5 on TNT. The Pacers are 3-point favorites. For sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, now you got me down a rabbit hole of career earnings for Trailblazers.
Yeah, he was just Martell Webster was just a hair before the Gary Trent Jr.'s and the Alan Crabs, because Alan Crabb made close to like $80 million.
$85 million.
And I think that would have been Martell had he been, like 6-7 years later.
Yeah, similar players probably.
Yeah, someone would have given him a dumb contract for like $65 million.
Not Neil O'Shea, though.
No.
Bro.
No.
So Lillard has made $328 million.
Hey-o.
Brandon Roy made $100 million.
Yeah. He got that. I mean, he signed that big fatty and then the knees just kind of went. But
Clyde Drexler made $52 million.
Yeah. Well, that's all those old guys are pissed because, the great guys. I remember when Magic Johnson signed that 20-year deal for like $1 million a year, and it was a big deal.
And Bill Walton made $7 million. Alan Crabb, 85.
It's not breaking news, dude.
By the
How
way,
about
1
that?
year since Bill Walton's passed.
A year today?
I believe it is.
Today is the anniversary of the death of the great Bill
I
Walton.
think so.
I miss him.
Stephen Curry next year will make $62 million.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Earned every penny.
Yes, I'm trying to look.
I
through,
guess.
I'm trying to look through and see what's the most offensive salary in the coming years. So next year Zion will make 42.
God.
Does that offend you?
Yes.
But at least
Deeply.
at least when he's healthy, which is
Yeah, he's
never,
good, but
he's good. I'm trying to think of like what
I also don't really think he cares. That kind of pisses
that
people
does
off.
kind of piss me. Yeah, I'm just looking through someone that's you're like, seriously.
We want you to care.
Because you got to get down a little bit. It's going to be somewhere in the 30s where you're like, wait, he makes there you go. RJ Barrett makes $30 million.
Wow.
RJ Barrett,
Really?
$30 million.
Can you tell me where he plays now?
Does he ride the bench for the Knicks? Or is he
Knicks?
gone out of there?
He's in no, he's north of the border. He's in Toronto.
Oh, he is a Canadian, I believe.
Yeah, he's a Canuck.
Did you just say Canuck?
He's a Canuck.
Is that right?
Like Canuck. He's been Canucked.
Oh,
Oh, he's been Canucked.
Yeah.
I see where you're going with it.
Yeah, like, I mean, there's just Grace. There's one, Grayson Allen. It's insane. Do you think like if
20.
if you're Clyde Drexler and you're sitting around, Grayson Allen makes $21 million a year. Wow, that's the one that like. I was just scrolling through the list and like, Kyle Kuzma makes 20, but yeah, it's like does that? But Grayson Allen's the one where I got to. That was the first one where I was like, oh my god, Grayson Allen makes over $20 million a year.
You know what Fred Van Vliet makes?
He actually
He
makes
got a good
bunch.
deal,
He
yeah.
he signed a 3-year deal.
I'm gonna say 35.
Dude makes $42 million a year.
Yeah.
He's pretty good though, right?
Top 20 salary. He's pretty close to a top 20 player, I guess. That seems like a lot of money.
What's the best deal in the NBA? What's my man Lou Dort making?
Lute's pretty cheap. He's like 17. I just saw him on the list.
That's cheap.
Yeah, it is cheap. When you look at who Lou Dort is around, Lou Dort might be. Yeah, Lou Dort makes $17 million a year.
What about give me somebody who's good who's under 10 million?
I mean, you're gonna have to get to
Man, I guess only be rookies.
Alex Caruso
Okay,
would probably be the,
nice little player.
and then after that you're on rookies, like guys like that. But there's no one. Buddy Hield, he makes.
Ah,
Yeah, there you go.
there you go.
That's a good one.
What a great deal for the Warriors. How much does he make?
$10 million.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
But yeah, like you get into that, it's just it's people that you haven't heard of or rookies, guys that or guys that haven't quite popped just yet. But yeah, there's just no good value.
Austin Reeves, $12 million.
Yeah, does that do anything for you?
He's okay.
But like Rudy Gobert makes 40. I
Yeah.
mean, Brandon Ingram makes 41. There's like Brandon Ingram makes $41 million.
Oof.
I mean, Tyrese Maxey's a fine player, but he makes 46. LaMelo Ball makes 46.
DeAndre Ayton's making 34.
Michael Porter Jr. makes 40. I mean, it's just
There you go. That's the worst. Dude, that guy.
Emmanuel Quickly making
I-
32.5.
Can we stop on Michael Porter Jr. real
yeah,
quick?
stop on Porter Jr.
That guy. Now I get why he is coveted.
Mhm.
He's a bit like who he reminds me of. He reminds me of Sam Bradford. Do you know why? Because Sam Bradford was the quarterback who was never as good as anyone thought he would be.
Yeah.
But he always had he had the physical traits and the intangibles that every time his contract came up,
Someone
somebody else would come along and they'd be like, oh, wow, I can do something with that. Look at that guy.
And he had just enough big games to make you keep believing it.
That's Michael Porter Jr., and that's what his career is going to become. Right now, he's still with Denver.
Yeah.
But, dude, that guy is so vastly overrated. It's not even funny, and he can't shoot a lick.
No. The worst contract,
Sucks.
though, I've scoured it. The worst contract, and it's not even close. The 8th highest player in the league next year will make $57 million.
So it's going to be like Harden.
That is, now Harden was an all NBA guy this year. I mean, this guy
Westbrook.
sucks. Huh?
Oh, no, Westbrook's way down now.
Yeah. Dude, Bradley Beal
Oh, Beal.
makes $57 million. Guaranteed dollars. You can say what you will about James Harden. James Harden's an all-NBA guy. You may not like the way he plays, but that ain't $57 million worth of Bradley Beal. I mean, that's stunning to me that he makes that. And, by the way, has a no-trade clause.
Do I owe an apology to Michael Porter Jr. if he's shooting 40% from three?
Yeah,
I was going to say, I thought the 3-point shooting did get better.
Did
But he's always
shooting-
banged up. He's really streaky.
Very streaky, and maybe that's what it is. I just watched him in the playoffs, and
Because he had one huge playoff game that really bailed Denver
dude,
out, but then he's had a
every
bunch that were
time
terrible.
he shot, if I'm a Nuggets fan, I'm like, no, is a freaking. If it wasn't an air ball, it was a brick.
Well, Porter's one of those guys that when he plays well,
Of course, what's another miss?
well, you can have a brick and then you can have just off the rim. Porter's one of those guys that when Denver plays well, he's Denver is a championship team. And when he doesn't,
But he's not that good, man.
No,
and
but-
he's going to keep getting paid because of his physical. I mean, what is he? He's 7 feet, isn't he? 6'10", 7 feet.
he's not 7 feet, but he's a big,
Dude,
tall,
he's
lanky
big. He can. I mean,
guy. Yeah.
he is. You make an NBA player in a lab, it's that guy,
Yeah.
and yet he's not that great.
No, he needs to be the
$40 million.
Well, and that's the problem is that if Michael Porter was the 5th best player on your team and made 20, it would be the greatest thing in the world. But arguably, he's your 3rd or 4th most important player, and he makes 40. And then the rest of your roster has to be cheap. I mean, but that's kind of the new model in the NBA. You can pay 2 to 3 guys if they're homegrown, and then the rest of it has to be young and cheap. Oklahoma City's going to have to deal with this soon. And you wonder if Oklahoma City, with all their draft picks, just jettisons the kind of the Michael Porter Juniors of the world instead of giving him $40 million and then just replace him with cheap draft picks. Kind of like the NBA or kind of like the NFL. And that's kind of the new model with the CBA. Is you can't pay everyone. So honestly, Denver, if they were smart, they would have done away with Michael Porter Jr., got something for him, and gone young and cheap, and they'd have a deeper roster because he's not good enough to justify $40 million.
Peyton Pritchard, little love to Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah,
$7.5 million.
That's a
Sixth man.
Great value.
phenomenal
Yeah.
deal.
Great deal.
Yes.
Had to mention him. You know, he's a Duck.
Yes.
Got to mention him. All right. Now to college football next on the Fan. Taylor Swift. What?
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, we were waiting for this, and you shan't wait any longer. And it is that the powers that be in college football are fighting.
Greg Sankey versus everybody, and then
Yeah.
we've
Well,
got-
no, Tony Petitti's on Greg Sankey's side
and then we've got that's true.
because he's the Big Ten
He's the Big
commissioner.
Ten.
So
And-
Sankey is the SEC commissioner.
Yes.
Petitti's the Big Ten commissioner.
And then we've got media beef between Pate and who's it with Stuart Mandel? Were those two that were going at it? Maybe
That
Eddie's-
I don't know. You're going to
Yeah,
have to fill
there's-
me in on that.
I didn't see that, but that sounds plausible.
Yeah, there's media beef because people are
One's advocating for the SEC and the Big Ten. The other's advocating for the rest of college football.
Well, yeah, I think Pate said you're the one that wanted expansion. What did you think was going to happen?
Who's you? The SEC?
No, I think it was. I want to be clear. I believe he was beefing with Stuart Mandel, but I want to be clear.
Get your facts right.
Yeah, there's another. Pate's like, what did you expect the SEC and the Big Ten to do? This is where it was always heading, and then the other one was like, well, I don't know. I thought they'd at least have like general consideration for not trying to ruin the sport.
I think if I'm going to take a side there, I'm taking the side of Pate.
So I don't
This
know.
is exactly
Yeah, it was-
what we all knew.
Yeah, it was Stuart Mandel. He's beefing with Stuart
So
Mandel.
Mandel's point is what?
He said Mandel wrote an article basically saying that the Big Ten and the SEC are plowing ahead with a bizarre future college football format. And we can
Is
talk.
it that bizarre?
I don't think it is, but
That's
it's.
a weird word. It's not that bizarre.
He said, "Will anyone put a stop to this madness before it's too late?"
Yeah, okay. That is such hyperbole.
And
Is it really madness?
not really?
I mean, look,
It's self-interest.
yes, the SEC and the Big Ten, they run things
Yes.
because they get the most eyeballs, they make the most money, they have the best teams, they're the best leagues.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not madness. Quite honestly, listen, man, this may be a hot take. I may be going Stephen A. Smith today yet.
You and Pate, let's go.
I'm with Pate.
Yeah.
What did you expect? They're the ones with the leverage.
Yes.
And quite honestly, if they're going to what they're fighting about is automatic qualifiers for the new college football playoff format when it expands.
Yes.
The SEC and the Big Ten want 4 automatic qualifiers for 4 from the Big Ten and 4 from the SEC. The ACC and the Big 12 came out over the weekend or whenever it was last week and said, well, everything we're doing is for the good of the game.
Yeah.
And Greg Sankey got pissed off and he came out and was like, don't tell me about good of the game, you son of a bitch. I did this for you. It could be a lot worse. And he's right. He's right.
There is no
They
way.
could have
Yes.
been a lot more dug in on automatic qualifiers or flat out just leaving the NCAA and the ACC and the Big 12 in the dust.
It is definitely a situation where if you're going to strip away the hyperbole and all the media beef and yelling back and forth, there are 2 people in the world of college football that have enormous power, and everyone else is trailing, and they want the people in front to give everyone an equal share, and it's just
not gonna
it's
happen.
not going to happen.
In what world?
Well, it's what you have here is you have a lead singer. This is Mick.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
Well, we've got Mick and we've got Keith, right? And no offense, but the drummer of the Stones is like, hey, what about us? And Mick and Keith are like, dude, just be happy we let you play with us, all right? Take your cut, sit down, and shut up. You're going to be rich. You're going to get taken care of. We're going to get you laid a lot. But the truth of the matter is, in every band, there's 2 people that matter. And, for the drummer, it sucks. Ringo's back there being like, well, I lay down the beat. And we all know who drives the Beatles. And that's what you have here. And so, yes, Josh Pate is right. What did you expect? So for the Stuart Mandels of the world, that anyone that thought that the SEC or the Big Ten was going to do anything but this.
Right.
And so his point is, if you lobbied for expansion, then you ultimately lobbied for this. Because once you give power and authority to the people, I guess, that have all the leverage, those are never going to turn around and give everyone else an equal share.
Yeah, I think where I would continue that conversation, we'll do it next, is I just don't think it's ruining college football. I don't think it's bizarre. I don't think it's that bad. It's just not.
No. It's bad. We can talk about it, but it's bad for certain people, and those people are going to yell and scream. But you got to be careful letting the people that it really does affect poison the apple poison the whole orchard.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's always going to be happy.
No,
or you can't make everyone happy.
No,
but we'll carry it over next on the Fan.
brick of all time, Guardians.
Dusty May looks great, and the
Yeah, looks
Dodgers
good.
are up 2-0.
Yeah.
Nice handicap.
Well, you'll see. There's 6 innings left, dude. 7,
They'll
actually.
be in the bullpen in 2 more innings.
So we're talking about the Big Ten and the SEC ruining college football, which some seem to believe is happening. And I see the point. I see the.
I don't get why automatic, because someone on the text program said, if you don't know, so that what they're proposing is 4-4-2-2-1. So 4 automatic berths for the SEC, 4 for the Big Ten, 2 for the ACC, 2 for the Big 12, 1 for the Group of 5, and then depending on how many teams you'd have more than likely 3 at-large berths that go to whoever. And I'm going to need an explanation. Now, I get it why you say that if you're not in the SEC or the Big Ten, you're going to be all pissy about that. But what I don't get is why that is ruining college football.
Right. We're hearing that a lot.
I know, but and this is where I don't get it. Everyone still gets a seat at the table and has a shot. Now, it's not an equal shot, but what this does address is the fact that the Big Ten and the SEC are running the show. They are going to get certain concessions because they're the ones that are allowing everyone else to play in their reindeer games. And without question, and by the way, my team is in the Big 12, for God's sakes. The idea that BYU in the Big 12 has to run anywhere near the same gauntlet that the Big Ten and the SEC do is ridiculous. That is such a dumb argument. So there is going to be concessions. Now, you may think that the concessions are too much, but everyone still has a chance. And by the way, there's no guarantee that those other at-large teams are going to be SEC or Big Ten teams. Everyone can get a shot at that. But I would make the argument, and I don't know this off the top of my head, but I'm going to go back and look at this. I'm willing to guess that if you went to a 16-team playoff from last year, which is the first year that we did the expanded 12
Playoffs?
I'm guessing you probably have 4 to 5 teams from the Big Ten and the SEC if you went on the regular seating that we used last year.
Well, I think they had a 12.
They had a 12 team.
So I think you had 4. You certainly had 4 Big Ten, right? Because you had Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, Indiana.
Yes.
And then in the SEC, you had
look up college football, what the bracket
Georgia.
was. Yeah, Georgia,
Texas.
Alabama got left out, but under the new
Ole Miss left out.
They would have been put in. Old Miss got left out, but under the old one.
Tennessee was in.
So you would have had
3. Am I missing an SEC team?
No, I think there was 3 SEC, but if you went to a straight 16,
yeah, there'd be 4.
I think there'd be 5 because I think Old Miss and Alabama were
the next 2.
Were the next 2. I think Miami probably would have been let in.
I get the argument of you don't want automatic qualifiers. I understand that. Okay, it's like just best 16 no matter what. But what I would say to that is the best 16 is almost always going to include 4 teams from the Big Ten and the SEC, so it's really kind of a moot point.
Yeah, probably.
Like if they didn't even tell you about automatic qualifiers, you didn't even know about them, you may not even notice a difference.
Yeah.
Like it may not, it would have that little effect on who is in the tournament. Now, maybe 1 year the SEC or Big Ten is down and it screws a team or 2 here. It's going to happen, but that's what we're saying. It's like you can't please everyone.
No.
And honestly, I'm with Josh Pate, that dude, this could be way worse. The SEC could have argued for 6, and they probably could have gotten it.
Or just the SEC and the Big Ten could say, "Fine, screw you. We'll just go do our own thing."
And that's exactly what Ross Dellinger is saying that they're flirting with. Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, is saying he has people in his meetings, which are SEC people, the presidents, telling him or asking him, "Why do we need the NCAA?
Yeah,
what are we doing here?"
Yeah.
And so he's got to kind of ride that line. And honestly, I think they've done a pretty good job of it. So if you don't like automatic qualifiers, what about the 2 for the Big 12 and the ACC?
Yeah. So I'm looking here.
So you hate that?
Yeah. If you would have done, and by the way, you can't make an argument that the ACC and the Big 12 deserve equal representation. Well, you can. I think it's a stupid one. So if you took the 16, if we're going to assume it expands to 16, last year, the SEC would add 5 and the Big 10 would have had 4. So that's 4 automatic qualifiers for the Big 10. You wouldn't have gotten another one in. You would have gotten the 4 automatic qualifiers in the SEC, and there still would have been another one that would have got in because they were in the top 16.
And I think that is most years.
Yeah, I think so.
I just feel like, yeah, I feel like, and so how you get from that to it's ruining college football.
I don't get it.
Blows me away. I don't know where you come up with that.
Oh, and by the way, the ACC would have had 2 teams. Guess how many teams last year the ACC had? 2. And then the Big 12 would have gotten 1 more in.
Colorado?
No, they would have gotten BYU.
BYU.
Yeah. And BYU, by the way, was 17, so they would have maybe bumped maybe one of those SEC teams out. So
what I think the key to this is
my point is it wouldn't have been much different.
Exactly. It's not going to be in a year that much different. The key here is that they're moving to 16 teams.
Yeah.
If you put 16 teams in the college football tournament every year, that is probably going to be a pretty good representation of what it's going to look like most years.
Yeah.
4-4, 2-2-1, and so on.
And I hate to do this to anyone because, by the way, my school is included in this. BYU last year, in my opinion, at 10-2, deserved the same sort of consideration that SMU got. SMU went 11-2, and BYU beat them. I think you could put them up against a Clemson team, but they didn't. And guess what? Didn't get ruined by the fact that BYU kind of got overlooked. The college football playoff. So if by chance I'm looking at teams from 14 to 20, which is where all of this will kind of come in, is anyone, and I mean anyone that matters, going to be rocked if South Carolina, BYU, Iowa State, Missouri, Illinois, one of those teams,
the Illini.
If one of those teams ends up in or out, is anyone outside of that fan base sitting around being like, that's it, it's over, can't do it anymore? And this is the argument I make to Washington State and Oregon State. And believe me, from the bottom of my heart, I feel so bad for you because you got screwed. You are the 2 people in all of this that got absolutely jobbed. But to sit there and pretend that Washington State and Oregon State no longer being relevant in the world of college football somehow ruined college football, outside of Pullman and outside of Corvallis, no one gives a damn. And it did not ruin college football. And by the way, you still have an outside chance. You can still do the group of 5. You can still try to find your way in sometimes. But let's also not act like Washington State or Oregon State has been relevant in college football for ever. Occasionally Oregon State has, and occasionally Washington State makes a Rose Bowl or something. But please stop with this. This is ruining college football. The numbers don't lie. The eyeballs tell you that college football and last year's playoff were great.
A couple of texts. One says there should be 0 automatic qualifiers. All teams should be merit-based. The large conferences will probably get their teams in, but they should not be baked in. There's no reason to have automatic qualifiers. But hold on. So this is the same guy that says it's ruining college football.
Yeah.
Dude, you're shifting the argument to there's no reason to have them. Well, that's technically true. You don't have to have them. The only thing here is that the SEC and the Big Ten want them, and they have the leverage. All we're saying is, okay, give that to them, or they're going to take it. So you have no you have no choice in the matter. It is not ruining college football. Here's the next one. You're right. They're going to get the same amount of teams, but the reason the Big Ten and the SEC want automatic bids and because they want essentially play-in games. Top 2 from each conference will be in, then 3 will play 6, 4 will play 5 in each conference. Without auto bids, they cannot have those games. Again, yes, you're right. Once again, if you don't like that, it's not ruining college football. Quite frankly, I think those play-in games that he's talking about in the leagues are actually going to be pretty cool. And they're going to add some more drama to who gets into the playoff in the SEC and the Big Ten, and it's going to make them more money. How on earth is that ruining college football?
Other than you saying it's not fair, and it's not. But when someone has leverage, find me one business, because that's what this is, a $1 billion business.
Ooh,
Find me.
Did you just drop a business?
Business. Find me $1 billion business.
Did you catch that,
or industry.
We'll check the tape.
Thanks.
Find me one that is fair and totally merit.
Why are you going there?
And merit-based. That's like saying a CEO when he takes over Comcast or AT&T on some merger, and he weasels himself a sweet little golden parachute and a big bonus package, and you're like, that's so unfair and unnecessary. And he goes, yes, it is, but they would like me as their president, and therefore I have options, and I negotiated myself a sweet little deal.
You know what the other thing too is?
If you're waiting for the big bad SEC and the Big Ten to sit down and be like, everyone gets what we get and it's all fair and equal. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're sitting around waiting for Goldilocks to come in because it's not happening.
And Sankey said, he's like, well, don't try to tell me about the good of the game. And he's got a point here. The worst thing is like Sankey and Petiti, the SEC and the Big Ten guys, they have to kind of be aware that if they split that I could buy the argument.
Is bad.
Well, I could buy the argument that ruins college football as we know it.
Yeah.
That I could buy. And that's, I think, what he's saying is, hey, we're playing ball here.
Yeah, it could be worse.
This could be a lot worse, and we could ruin the sport, or at least in the eyes of some, ruin the sport. Yeah. And they haven't done that yet. And I'm telling you, they're having those. He said they're having those conversations. Yeah. So,
and by the way, that's not a thinly veiled threat. That's not even a veiled threat. It's just a threat.
And well, okay, but just thought exercise. Think about this. If Greg Sankey comes out and says, you know what, you guys are bitching so much about automatic qualifiers screwing over the sport of college football, guess what we're going to do? You can have your little college football NCAA tournament, okay?
I'm over here.
We're going to be going and playing over here against the Big Ten in our own NFL-style league. We'll get with you later about what that looks like. Peace out. Maybe he says, bye, bitch. And then... What are you saying?
Then you can have the argument that they ruined college.
Because they could do that.
Then they could have. It's the Darth Vader Empire Strikes Back. You altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. You just don't have any leverage. And leverage is what gets deals done. And so while you may not like it, I'm with you. I think the SEC and the Big Ten, the fact that they're willing to, I mean, I guess this is plain ball. The fact that they're willing to not really go down the bad road that they could go down, I think you should be happy, and I think you should probably take it and say thank you, and let's all make a bunch of money.
Well, they did.
And yeah.
They did take it.
Yeah, I mean,
because they kind of had to, but they didn't say thank you, and that has pissed Greg Sankey off.
Yeah,
so I'm going to tell you what he said coming up next.
And I forget who it was, but someone said that's the angriest they've seen him at a press conference.
Yeah, he's pissed.
Yeah.
Well, I really enjoyed the show.
I get why.
When you feel like you're doing...
Thank you.
I don't know if it's the right thing. When you know that you're not bending someone over as much as you could, and then someone is angry about it, like if you went to buy something and the guy was like, you know what, dude, I'm going to cut you a 20% break on this, right? This is what I could charge you. You need my product. You know what? I'm going to cut you 20%. And then that person turns around and goes on Twitter and is like, dude, this son of a bitch, he only gave me a 20% discount. Dude, I wanted a 50% discount. I get where the guy would be a little pissed and be like, really? You're bad-mouthing me now? And that's
it's called X, right?
No, it's Twitter.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'll tell you what he said, Sankey. We've got the quotes. We'll run that next, and then we'll get to In the News on the Fan.
It's back. The Fan.
Okay, so we did all this talking about Greg Sankey being all pissed off, and we didn't tell you what he said. So I just wanted to.
I'm sure we have the clip.
Oh, do we have the clip?
I would assume.
On
Maybe.
sports radio? Sports talk radio?
I'll look for it. I'll let you know in just a second.
All right. We'll just sit over here and wait.
I would have thought Buckley would have had that, but
What is
Unless
Colorado
Isaac or you
Rockies?
asked for it, I usually don't have it unless one of the other shows had it.
I'm guessing that clip is in there, and it's been.
Hey, Buckley's got bets to worry about, okay? Shohei just hit a home run.
It's been making the rounds.
Another home run.
Yeah. He's he's either leading the league or he might be tied at this point.
I feel like he homers every night now.
I don't know if you know this about Shohei Ohtani, but turns out he good at baseball. And although the Mets took 2 of 3 from him, suck it, Dodgers. He was pitching. He's been on the mound. So
not in big league.
not in games.
He's seeing hitters though in
yes,
bullpens.
Yes, he is working his way back to pitch.
They don't really
right
need
now,
him
but-
until September.
But isn't it weird? As great as he is right now, and we're all like, "Oh my God, he is amazing." He is not currently pitching.
No,
Like you forget how.
he's not earning that $70 million. Well, I guess he doesn't make $70 million, but
Well, actually, he does, but
it's deferred.
Yes.
He only makes $2 million.
as someone who his team has paid Juan Soto $70 million,
Yeah.
let me tell you,
Now there's a guy not earning $70 million.
yes. And Met fans all hate him now, but everyone just relax.
It's because he's a hateable guy.
well, but
Not even his own fans like him.
everyone hated Lindor when they gave him that contract, and Soto will be fine. He's a little fat now. He'll work his way into the groove.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
He'll be fine.
Anyway,
We do not have the Greg Sankey.
we do not.
No, it's not in the
Sports
system.
Talk Radio.
I don't know what clip it is, but if you'd like, I can go peruse internet and find it. Look for
You
it.
know what?
Or
Buckley,
you can just read it to
Just
us.
watch the Dodger game, okay? We know that's what you
They're in
want
a
to do.
commercial.
He said, "I don't need." This is Greg Sankey, SEC
And
commissioner.
he was fiery when he said it.
I don't need lectures from others about the good of the game. Is he from the South?
This is way better than Sankey audio, by the way. You have to do the whole clip like that.
I don't know if he's from the South, but I picture him having a.
He does not have
Southern accent.
He does not have that kind of Southern accent.
He
but
does
I
now.
I enjoy what you're doing.
Now remember, he's the one who convinced his presidents in the SEC that the college football playoff was in the best interest of college football.
By the way, he went to Syracuse for God's sake.
Yeah, so he's a
he's
a northerner.
He's a Yankee.
He's a Yankee. Well,
But keep doing the Southern
he's
accent.
claiming
it's better.
he's saying he's the one who has been working to save the ACC and the Big 12's ass.
Yes.
Which he did give them to, again, it's not all him, but,
Yeah.
he got the SEC presidents to agree that the ACC and the Big 12 could get 2 automatic qualifiers each.
Yes.
And that's basically what he's saying.
Yes.
He's also the one who all along has been working with Tony Petitti of the Big Ten to help those conferences. Meanwhile, those conferences are complaining about their help. So they poked the bear, and then he said, on the Fan,
Greg Sankey.
here on Sports Talk,
Maybe I should have got the clip.
you can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward.
There you
Here now.
Well, I like that. It's the main justice.
And then he said, the SEC didn't need the playoff. That was for the good of the game. But he wasn't done.
No. It's a pretty long. I mean, you can't. It's like a 2-minute clip.
For the first time since he was named commissioner in 2015 and has since spoken with measured yet forceful tones, Sankey unloaded. For 10 years, he has spoken as the conference, rarely as the commissioner. It's always we, never me. That ended in various spots during a 45-minute State of the SEC to begin the league's annual spring meetings, a State of the League that quickly turned into the state of college football and Sankey's place in it. You want to go inside what it's like to sit in this role? Here now.
I like you doing Greg Sankey like this.
I think about the responsibility I have to our member institutions over here now. And I think about the rest of college football more broadly all the time. I'm open to the college football ideas. There's not just a lot of them incoming. My phone's not ringing off the hook with, hey, here's another way to look at it here now. Boy.
I couldn't be any happier with the way that went.
This is all getting clipped.
It's so much better than listening. Because I listened to the
Oh,
Sankey
man.
clip this morning, and this is so much better.
Let's see if I can find some more quotes here.
Well, I can summarize. So the couple points beside the ones that were so eloquently laid out by
athletic directors are telling me we've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises. Yeah. How many of those compromises does it take? Oh, he is pissed, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really fiery. Yeah, he was all kinds of fired up. Because again, his member institutions, which he does say that is his responsibility, not the world of college football. He feels that a lot of people inside his conference are telling him that he needs to push harder and that he has been the one that has kind of talked him off the ledge and was like, no, this is for the good of the game. So he is saying that they are acting in the best interest of college football, and people are coming back at him saying, why aren't you interested in acting in the best interest of college football? And that pisses him off.
Well, it should. And then he says his last little salvo here, at least on this story, is, ultimately, I recognize I'm the one who ends up in front of the podium here now, explaining not just myself, but ourselves. So, yeah, good luck to me here now.
Basically saying, if you need someone to play the villain, we'll play the villain. And, he went on, and Lane Kiffin said this today, too. He said that under this format, there is a chance the SEC could cost themselves teams in the playoff. And this is true. Like I said, if we went back and looked at the 16-team playoff as the way it would have been last year, they probably would have had an extra, like a 6-team bumped out for a BYU because of the 2 automatic qualifiers for the Big 12. So, yes, in that instant, it would cost them that. So, and this idea, like someone said, well, what happens when in a couple years when the ACC up and the Big Ten is down? I think the point is that's not going to happen due to revenue. And if it does happen due to revenue and all of a sudden the ACC is the big stick, then this will be revisited. This is about leverage. But the bottom line is you have 2 conferences that have payouts around $30-something million, and you're going to have 2 that are going to be paying out $80+ million. I'm sorry, but if you think the Big 12 or the ACC is getting ready to rise up and all of a sudden have 6 dominant teams, it's not happening. But if it does happen year after year where ACC teams are getting screwed over, then yes, it will be readdressed. But in what world, by the way, are you going to get 6? I mean, think about that. Think how silly an argument is. Go find me the 6 teams in the Big 12 and the SEC and the ACC that within the next 8 years are going to rise up, all 6 of them, and be top 15 teams.
Rock chalk.
I mean, it's a ludicrous statement. And then to the person saying, there was another one on here. He said, I think it was Andy. He said he was a lifelong Duck fan, and he said, I am uninterested in a sport where only 30 to 40 teams have a chance at winning. Again, I asked that person, in what world have you been living? In what college football world where there are more than 30 or 40 teams every year that have a chance? If anything, this system that we have, this new format, is going to provide more opportunities than ever before. We used to play in a world where we didn't have a championship game. You could go undefeated or be a 1-loss team and not play for a national championship. We had split national championships, for God's sakes. Then we lived in a world where we just picked 2. And then it went to 4 and then 12. So anyone saying that somehow this is restricting the ability to win and play for championships, you're fooling yourself if you think that any year there's 30 teams that have any team that's capable of winning a championship. You don't understand the way college football works. And if anything, if you're going to make the argument of that, this format here provides more access than in the history of college football. We like to pretend that we had it great before and that somehow this is ruining it. Is it perfect? No, but it's a hell of a lot better than it's ever been in the world of college football. And let me point out, in the 1980s, BYU won a national championship, for God's sakes. And by the way, I think beat 1 ranked team.
Well, here's another sad little part of this, is that if you put Alabama in the tournament and not BYU, guess what gets better ratings? Alabama. Exactly. Even if BYU is more deserving. And I get that's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Yes.
All right, there's a little college football talk for
Are
you,
we
bros.
Greg Sankey
Dustin May.
Dustin May sucks!
Are we what? What'd you ask?
Are we Greg Sankey stands now? Do we?
Oh,
I see why
our
he's
drop
pissed.
board's about to be. We got some gold here.
Community Theater Atticus Finch. You're welcome.
Dude, I'll just tell you right now. You doing Greg Sankey as Foghorn Leghorn?
That's what he sounds like.
I will never not be able to hear Greg Sankey any other way. It's like now when I think of Harry Carey, I only think of Will Ferrell doing Harry Carey. And this will now be anytime I hear Greg Sankey, I'm just going to be thinking of you playing Greg Sankey.
When I hear Greg Sankey talk now, I'm just going to assume when his sentence ends, there's a here now coming.
Here now.
Yeah, now. Ah!
Wow.
Yeah, Derek May just gave up a 3-run.
Dustin May.
Derek
Dustin
May?
May.
Who's this Derek May?
He just gave up a 3-run jack. Maybe Buck was right all along.
Oh, we're 2 runs away from the over, and we're in the
It's
bottom of the fourth.
4-3 Dodgers in the fourth, and he had the over at 8.5. Come on.
It's a lock at this point.
Oh, whoa, careful now.
You're an idiot, Sue.
Trying to jinx Buckley's
Yeah, you are. I can see what you're
little
doing.
action there.
All right, coming up next, we have in the news, the Rose Festival is underway, and a new fun game. What will these stolen animals be used for? Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, some fun Greg Sankey facts. His first job, the director of intramural sports at Utica College. Who knew? Also, Greg Sankey, maybe even a Clydesdale. 41 marathons for old Sankey. Here now! Here now! Also, Dustin May might suck. Jury's still out on that. It is 4-3 Dodgers in the bottom of the fourth. Coming up tonight, a couple playoff games. One on the hardwood, one on the ice in the Eastern Conference Finals of the NBA. The Knicks and Pacers doing battle in Game 4 tonight in Indiana. New York trying to even that series before it heads back to MSG for Game 5. Meanwhile, the Oilers trying to take a 3-1 series lead north of the border tonight when they host the Stars before that series shifts back to Dallas. In the NFL, Bills running back James Cook not attending OTAs as he waits on a new contract. He's heading into the final year of his rookie deal. Bills edge rusher Joey Bosa also sidelined. He's got a calf injury that will keep him out until training camp, according to head coach Sean McDermott. And Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins, a no-show at Falcons camp. He's mad. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
You know, we were talking last week about how in other countries, parliaments and such, in their governments, they get in like fistfights and throw chairs and stuff.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It is great.
The Philippines is the best. They're always like someone's throwing a shoe at someone.
But I wonder if and we were talking about how we need that here. It'd be cool. Well, maybe not cool, but you know what I mean. If we had it here, it'd be entertaining.
Nancy Pelosi gets drilled in the head with a chair.
Well,
Could get ugly.
It could get ugly, but that's what that happens
Yeah, it does
in other
happen.
countries.
It does happen.
All I'm saying here is that perhaps what we've stumbled upon here this week is that may not happen in government, but it might in the next college football playoff meetings.
Ooh, I like it.
And I'm here for it.
Yeah. Like the Mountain West commissioner, the ACC commissioner goes toe-to-toe with Greg Sankey.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting heated.
Yeah, the problem is that when that happens, lawsuits. You can't injure other people. And if you do injure someone else, be forewarned, there are people waiting to advocate for the injured, and those people, the advocates. And that's where Ken and Donnie come in. If you've been wronged by Greg Sankey or someone with a great Southern accent, and you're like, because when you hear that accent, you're like, oh my God, that person has a powerful Southern lawyer, I might as well give up. Nay. We say, you call Donican, they will not be intimidated by the Southern lawyer.
That's right. They'll go right at him.
That's right.
Some Maine justice. I don't know why I thought of that. You remember that?
I love that sketch with Jason Sudeikis.
SNL.
Yeah. He
Anyway.
plays a Maine judge, but with a deep Southern accent.
The advocates, they have built a reputation fighting insurance companies. They don't get paid until you win, and consultations are always free, so there's no risk in calling. So if you've been injured, guys, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go to their website, advocateslaw.com.
This summer,
let's restore that feeling.
History is made.
Time to change the world.
In Portland.
This is AEW.
An action-packed 4-hour event.
Where the best wrestle.
Starting at only $20.
Let's go.
For the first time ever, AEW presents Summer Blockbuster. Live Wednesday, June 11th from Moda Center Theater of the Clouds. Tickets on sale.
where we find some sort of coach commissioner audio, and instead of playing the audio, we get Maine Justice,
SEC Rob.
Yes, Justice T. Rob. Because that was the old Smoking the Bandit was Buford T. Justice, and that sounds like Buford T. We need Isaac T. Justice bringing the heat to commissioner talk.
Well, we may get it.
Oh, it's so good.
May get it.
So good.
Greg Sankey keeps talking. We'll get more. All right, May 27, 2025. Time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Wow.
Please be seated, ladies. It's brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
Has Greg Sankey hurt you?
It is cellophane tape day, which I don't think we appreciate cellophane tape enough.
Do I? Question.
Yeah.
Difference between cellophane tape and regular tape?
Well, are you saying Scotch tape?
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Scotch is the brand.
So
Cellophane tape.
Is that
now
just Scotch
don't quote me on this, but I'm going to say that Scotch tape is cellophane tape. I think that's right. Scotch is just the brand of cellophane tape.
Okay.
And Scotch is the most common.
Yeah, I just didn't know what.
It's just like just light tape. And when you say regular tape, I think that's what you mean.
Okay, here's it.
Because there's different kinds of tape.
AI. Is Scotch tape, is cellophane tape the same as Scotch tape?
Yeah.
No.
Oh!
While Scotch tape and cellophane tape are often used interchangeably, they are not the same. Scotch tape is a brand name, while cellophane tape is a type made from cellophane, a transparent film. The brand Scotch is widely used as a generic term for clear adhesive tapes.
Oh, okay. I
So
didn't
is this
know
like
that.
Scotch and whiskey? So Scotch tape is cellophane tape, but not all cellophane tape is Scotch?
It didn't sound like that right there. I think what that was saying, and you got to be careful with AI. Sometimes it's not right.
Yeah.
But I think what it was trying to tell us was that a lot of people just say Scotch tape for all clear tapes, and that's actually not true because Scotch tape is a different type of tape. It's a brand.
Yeah, maybe.
That is not cellophane. Boy, I think we need more homework here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on it. Tape guy.
Because I'm looking here, and some cellophane tape kind of has a yellowish color to it. So is cellophane tape like packing tape?
No, cellophane tape is not. Oh, you mean like?
Because packing tape is thicker,
but it's clear.
But it's I don't know. I'm confused. How about this?
What's your favorite type of tape? Do you like duct tape?
I like duct tape. Yeah, if you have to pick a tape, duct tape's
Duct
good.
tape's great, but I have a bone to pick with duct tape.
Go for it.
Just the fraying edges. That's bothersome.
Yeah, but
I feel like they should be able to fix that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
don't know.
painter's tape. Now, if you had painter's tape,
Painter's tape, that's a fart in the wind. That thing just disappears.
well, I know, but the edges are great. So what I'm saying
That
is,
is true.
if you had duct tape, because painter's tape, you want it to come off easily. Right?
You have your $1 million idea, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do. It's the edges of painter's tape with duct tape hole.
It's like a duct tape ice cream sandwich.
I like where you're going with that.
What do you think about that?
Except that tape's going to be really expensive.
Yeah.
Even better for you to make money on.
Now, is duct tape, is that a brand? Or is duct tape the type of tape? While we're on hot
I don't
tape
believe it's the brand because it's duct, D-U-C-T. You're talking about tape for a duct. So, like, I think
Who makes duct tape?
I think
like
many brands do. I think you'd probably get it from Scotch
and I
or
do
from
know that
Gorilla.
when you go to like the Home Depot, there is one that is duck, as in like Oregon.
Yeah,
duck.
like quack. Yeah.
It's like duct
yeah?
tape, and that's kind of a fun little,
So when you buy just the one that's gray, like, isn't that kind of interesting? Like, you buy just the gray duct tape.
Yeah.
They don't really brand it.
No, but like 3M is there's
Yeah.
a million people that make duct tape.
I know. I'm just saying, like, when you buy the just regular, like, nobody really, like, you don't shop for a certain brand of duct
No,
tape.
you just
so you just see the gray duct tape and you immediately buy it. That's poor branding because I don't even know who makes it.
No, and to be honest with you, I just buy I buy the cheapest one, like because there's a million. I have no brand loyalty when it comes to duct tape. And to be honest with you, I don't even buy duct tape. I just acquire duct tape. I just find rolls here or
It
there.
does kind of just show up, doesn't
it? Just shows up. Like I don't know. I have a roll right now in my garage. I have no idea where it came from, but I didn't buy it. But Scotch does make a duct tape. So does 3M. Let me also say this: Gorilla tape, that's quality tape.
Wouldn't know.
They do a nice job.
Do they also do Gorilla Glue, or is that another Gorilla company entirely?
Same.
Okay.
Same. They do nice glue. They do nice tape. Shout out to the Gorilla products.
Well, I feel like we did a lot of good work there, guys.
Yeah.
It is also National Grape Popsicle Day.
Oh, okay.
Popsicles are gross and stupid.
Yeah.
But good for kids.
If I had to have a popsicle.
Because kids are
You
stupid.
can do a lot worse than grape.
My kids freaking love them.
Oh, of course. They don't know any better.
No.
Yeah, and they get everywhere. It's a terrible idea to have 4 children.
Wait till they get a taste of a nice piece of white fish.
It's the most random.
That's what you went with?
It's the most
Well,
random
yeah.
jump. I thought you were going with like a lovely dessert. You know, like maybe one of those orange creamsicle cups with the wooden spoons. But no, you went right to
A nice piece of whitefish.
fish.
Like a flaky halibut?
Can you go ahead and cut that? I don't know if that's going to be a valuable job, but I feel like wait until they get a taste of whitefish.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
I feel like that may be one that we keep in the holster.
I'm living the life right now. I'm going on assisted living facility tours.
A lot of fish.
A lot of free food, man.
Yeah. Oh.
Are they
Not
trying to
fit.
wine and dine you?
Well, yeah, they give you a lunch or a dinner. They want you to try the food. Had some peppermint, or what was it? Mint. What's the green ice cream?
Mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, mint chocolate
I
chip.
think the olds love that, don't they?
Oh, they love it.
I also
love
like
it.
mint
You
chocolate
getting into
chip.
some cream corn, are you? And some
Applesauce maybe for dessert?
Yeah.
I had a BLT.
Oh, the
I like
olds.
a good BLT.
Do you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
get
kind of a go-to. I don't really want to eat, but I'll just eat
Yeah, that's
Food.
just bush.
because it has bacon in
The
it.
BLT. Get out of here with that.
The 117th Portland Rose Festival is underway, guys.
Yeah, I've seen the. What you have at the carnival. The
Doing
carnival.
Great. Doing great.
I was-
Riverside Carnival.
Yeah, I was like, what is the name for that? I don't know. There's
COVID flying around in there.
bunch of weird rides that I don't want to be on that are put up and by
Yeah.
a bunch of people that I don't really trust, but get on there anyways.
Fireworks kicked it all off last Friday. It will run through June 8. Okay, so we haven't talked about this yet, or maybe you talked about this while I was gone, but the Grand Marshal of the Starlight Parade, do you know who that is? So, of course, you have the Starlight Parade and the Grand Floral Parade.
Yes, two
different
separate parades.
Correct. Starlight Parade, 8:15 this Saturday night. You know who's
I'm trying to think if
who's heading that baby up?
I don't think we talked about this. I don't know. Is it me?
It is not you. It is Dylan T. Pickle
Oh, the pickle.
of Pickles fame.
Will he be bringing Saucy T Banger with him?
God, I hope so. I hope Saucy T is there.
I don't know.
Because you want to kick this parade up a notch. Bring out some Saucy T in his weird sausage wiener head thing that he's got going on. The wiener nunchucks. I can see Dylan P will be a nice. He'll do a nice job.
Dylan T.
Dylan T. Excuse me.
Dylan T. Pickle.
Yeah, he does a good job. It's a fine mascot.
DTP.
Yeah.
And the Grand Marshal of the Grand Floral Parade. Now that's the big daddy.
Is that me?
That's Saturday, June 7th. Starts at 10 a.m. And the Grand Marshal won't even be there.
Oh, why?
Well, because she's an elephant,
Oh,
and elephants aren't allowed to be.
Oh, it's little baby Tula, isn't it?
Tula 2.
Yeah.
They gave it to Tula 2 this year.
that seems a little weird.
They gave it to an elephant.
So
You
is
got beat out by a.
An elephant who can't attend.
Is there going to be an acting ground marshal?
I don't know. They did. I'm finding that somewhat unclear.
I would like to be the grand marshal of a parade sometime. I
Would
don't
you?
know what it does.
You stand in for Tula? You can be Tula for the
Yeah,
day?
I would 100. And I'm hoping I get one of those like the scepters, right? Don't I get like a? Is that what that is? Like a? You get the stick, like the drum majors. They get one of those, and then like I blow kisses to people, and maybe like I throw things to the crowd. I'm on a float. I would like that. That's because I've always thought my dream was to be like a henchman or a bit character that gets killed off like in a B-list sci-fi movie. But I'm now adding Grand Marshal in a parade.
Okay.
I would like that.
Yeah, it's typically a person of distinction, often an individual who has made significant contributions to their community or a particular field.
Isn't that me? I mean,
I don't think that's you.
no?
No offense.
Damn it.
They often ride in a lead vehicle or float and are a central figure.
Well, can I ask two questions here? What has Dylan Pickle or the baby elephant done in their field? I've
Well,
been
the
doing this
baby
for
elephant
20 plus years.
Is cute, and you are not.
No.
And
But that's
Dylan
it?
T entertains people on a night. Wait, you do too!
Yeah, and I've been doing it for a lot longer than Dylan Pickle.
Dylan T.
Dylan T. I mean, just saying.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
Um,
Look, and I'll take whatever parade
Oh.
you've got. You know, You can put me up in some chaps, you know what I mean? I'll wear a leather vest. Let's go.
Coming up next, the new fun game is what will these stolen animals be used for?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah. It's never your mind goes to bad places.
It's a Dalmatian sort
when
of
this
thing.
happens. So we'll get to that when we return on the Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
I mean, J-Dub had a bunch of open ones. He made some tough ones too. Shea made some tough ones, but I think Chet changed the game for him more than anything. The easy points he had, the easy rebounds, putbacks, all his points. I think that was the game changer.
That's Ant on Chet.
Yeah.
Do you know who those guys are?
I do. You need to talk about that because I think Ant has a point.
Yeah.
During that, but at the same time, I think it comes across very soft and kind of weak-willed. But
we'll talk about it.
Yeah, let's debate that.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door when you purchase a house of windows right now from Window Nation. Free estimate at windownation.com or 866-90-NATION.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes
lost 2 goats and the rabbit. And now our minds are wondering as to why those would be stolen.
And
I'm thinking snake food.
Well, the goat.
Rabbit.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I'm confused. Rabbits are so easy to find. You do not need to steal a rabbit. They are everywhere. I encounter every day at least 10 rabbits on my walk, and most of them you could probably scoop up. They don't run away. The goat, I think goats are probably a little harder to come by, but like, how much is goats are like $50, and I think rabbits are like 10.
You can get a goat for 50 geets?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're not expensive.
I didn't know that.
You can go on, I bet you can go on Facebook Marketplace right now and get a goat for $50.
Well, the general manager there of Orchard's Feed Store in Orchard, Washington, said that I don't think they realized we had cameras everywhere. So there is footage of them, and they look crazy as hell. Especially the woman grabbing the rabbit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh boy.
And why would you? It concerns me.
They were baby goats, both named Andrew. That's kind of weird.
What?
Yeah. I know. That's part of the story that's...
What?
Yeah.
That seems so...
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
And if you're...
Let's get him on the line right now and ask, why were they both named Andrew?
And were there only 2? Were there like 3 or 4 others and they were named like Bill and Steve, or was it Andrew 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Kind of like where that's going.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Andrew.
If you had 2 goats and you named them both Andrew, I came over to your house and like, hey, what's up?
It's funny. Are you
I
doing
think it'd be
bits?
kind of fun. Hey, these are my goats. What are their names? Andrew.
Well,
Is
which
that
one's
'cause-
Andrew? They both are.
Is that because you want him to come to you at the same time?
I just think it's kind of fun.
Right? Like, you never call them separately. You want them at the same... So you name them the same thing.
Doesn't matter which one
Wait,
comes when they're called.
Do goats know their names?
I don't know.
Like, do they come when they...
I had goats when I
Well,
lived in Woodburn,
I mean-
and I named them, but I can't say that they ever came when. If you just show up with food, they came over. But in my experience with goats, they did not come to their names. By the way, a goat on Facebook Marketplace, a lot of free goats.
Really?
Yeah.
You can get them for free.
You can get out to Hillsborough right now and get you a goat.
So goats aren't goats like... I mean, a lot of people think they're cool and cute, but they're not because they eat everything and they kick you in the balls and stuff.
Goats are kick-ass, thank you very much. And if I had the property, but you can't have one goat.
You have to have multiple goats.
You have to have multiple. They don't do well on their own. So like they got anywhere from free, or if you want like kind of some of these fancy goats,
But why,
you're looking
wait,
at between $100 and $200
what?
for a pair.
So if people are giving away goats, that means goats suck. Otherwise, they wouldn't give them away.
Well, not all of them are given away. You can this kick-ass billy goat here, which I would totally get, $150.
Well, why don't you just get the free goat?
Well, that free goat isn't as cool as.
Well,
as
how do
this
you know
goat.
that?
Look at this
You
guy.
don't know that.
That dude's awesome.
I mean,
That's
show me
cool.
the free guy.
That's a cool looking goat.
I'll save the 150 and just take the free goat. Yeah, look at his ears.
The billy goat's cooler.
That's cute.
Yeah. I think the little cute ones are the ones that are a little more expensive because everyone wants like the pygmy goats or whatever.
I don't know. I think that's weird. Like when you put something on OfferUp or whatever,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
don't you look at what else is on OfferUp,
Yeah. Absolutely.
like of the same product, and then you just undercut them? Don't you do that?
Yeah,
That's
but-
what I do.
But again, it's quality. Those free goats obviously are not as.
What are they, like little bastard goat? Like, what is the difference between a quality goat and a bad goat and a free goat?
Well, I'll tell you right now, the goats that were free versus that goat was $150. That $150 goat looks way cooler than those other goats.
I don't know.
Does
if
it have
I
curly horns or something?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And
See?
it's got like the big shaggy like hair. It kind of looks like a little evil and maniacal. I like
so
my
it's
goat-
all based on what it looks like.
Yeah, that's like everything else. I want my goat to have a little edge to it, you know? Color matters.
I
and-
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't agree with any of this.
But it looks like a goat will run you anywhere from free to like maybe $150 to $200. I did not pay. When I had goats in Woodburn, they were free. They came with that. When we got the house, like the goats came with the place. And by the way, I just called them all goat.
Yeah, I had a friend whose house we stayed at once. It was his uncle's house, and he had goats. We asked, I said, what are those goats' names? He's like, nothing. They're goats.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I always did the Adam Sandler voice, you know, like the goat, and they were goats. They were kick ass. And then like there was favorites, but goats are great. I love goats. But you gotta have space and property and
Yeah.
all that.
And they eat your grass and stuff.
Yeah, they can eat like a lot of people will. You can like rent them and they'll go eat. Like if you got sticker bushes or whatever, you can't get rid of them. Dude, goats will eat anything.
You don't have to invest in a lawnmower.
No. I'm 100% pro goat.
I can tell.
Yeah, very very high on the goats. You just can't have them. Where I live, I don't have a goat facility. Believe me, if I did, I would 100% have.
But you can have goats in the city, right? In Portland, I hear them from time to time.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure you
Portland.
People have them. They have chickens and stuff.
Yeah, but it's very irresponsible to keep a goat just in a normal size. They need space. And all that.
All right, guys, that is in the news, May 27, 2025.
Keep an eye out for the stolen goat and rabbit, because
Andrew,
I'm worried.
Well, the rabbit is dead.
Yeah, the meth head.
But the goats?
It's no good.
What if they have don't big constrictor pythons eat goats?
Yeah, if they're small enough, you could. Yeah.
Because these were small. These were baby goats.
Yeah, it's.
I'm thinking snake food.
You might be onto something with the snake food.
Because that snake food, it's expensive.
Yeah.
But also, if these people were as nuts as you said they looked, maybe it was something totally nonsensical. Like they cooked up some weird scheme and,
They're giving away for free.
Weird, scary people do seem like the type that would have a snake big enough to eat goats. But if you want rabbits, come by my neighborhood.
Go to the coast.
You can get any rabbit you want.
Yeah, the rabbits are everywhere. All right, it is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. We'll get into the NBA playoffs. Isn't SGA all you want in a superstar? That's next on The Fan.
Swag here and the spring weather.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. Sports Bros here. Rob, that's me. That was for the good of the game. Big Six right over there.
Dude.
Yeah, I know. We had a 3-day weekend, guys.
The 3-day weekend is so good.
It is.
If you could just move to the permanent 3-day weekend, everyone's life instantly like 70%.
If only we knew someone who had that theory.
If only
only
someone hadn't been carrying that torch for years on this program.
The
We've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises. Yeah.
Dude, it would just think about your quality of life, how it would instantly change overnight.
Oh my God. You're preaching to the choir, Jason. Have you not been listening to me for 18 years?
No, not really.
You haven't, have you?
Just now.
You're only now on board.
Ron, are you paying attention?
Nope. 4-day work week.
We were laying in bed last night. My gal was like, "Oh my God, the 3-day, that 3-day weekend. If only we could have this all the time." And that was my first thought. Was like, well, I've heard someone yakking about this for the last 15 plus years.
Were you listening to the dude's story?
Coming up, what keeps us from watching college baseball? But we've got
2 regionals here.
Yeah, we've got Knicks Pacers tonight, which we talked about earlier. It's like,
Hey, we also have.
It's a good series.
We got Oilers Stars.
We also have Oilers Stars.
That's what I'll be watching. In fact, I need to flip over to that right now.
The Thundies and their undies are
the Thundy Cakes.
Too much for the Timberwolves.
Yes.
And so that's now 3-1.
That was damn near a series, right?
Oh, yeah, it was.
So they blew them out, and you're like, okay, well, it's 2-1. Can they make this a series? And Minnesota gets the game of their life from every one of their bench players, and Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle do Jack S. And you still only lost by a couple points. I mean, that thing was
but you
a
lost.
sliver away from being a real series.
Yeah, but you lost.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is the Thunder have a little bit more firepower. I mean, you look at Jalen Williams. That dude, and nobody could pick Jalen Williams out of a lineup. Well, not nobody, but you know what I mean, like casual fans. And that guy made every shot imaginable.
That was the reason why he made the all-defensive team and the all-NBA team.
He is awesome, underrated.
And
then you have the MVP level, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and that guy.
He's having a monster postseason.
He is. I was thinking about him watching the game last night. He seems to be all you want in a superstar because you see his interviews and he's very thoughtful. He's obviously a very smart guy. He's a good leader. The guys love him. He's MVP, and yet he's kind of not. And maybe it's just the Jokic thing. Maybe it's the same as like you just win a title and then all of a sudden you're the king and everybody will talk about you like this.
Sure.
But he's kind of not really talked about in the ways of other superstars, and I wonder why.
Well, I got a couple things. One, I think he's quiet and unassuming. 2, he plays in Oklahoma City. 3, he didn't pop immediately. You know, he's been around a bit. And I'm not going to say it was a slow burn, but he was dealt by the Clippers, and they didn't see this coming. And
how bad do they feel?
Oh gosh, you're just sitting around. You're like, really? You gave up all the picks and Shai for that. And I just think in today's world, we are used to. We're just used to bigger personalities, and he just isn't. And he's Canadian. I think that has something to do with it. And I just don't think he fits. And maybe the way he plays too. It's not as flashy. He doesn't have the. He's not a flashy shooting guy like.
It's pretty smooth though.
Like Steph. Well, he's extremely smooth, but he's not as downhill explosive as Ant. And so I think he just kind of quietly goes under the radar. And by the way, he seems pretty content with that.
That's what I like about him.
Yeah, he goes about his business, but he has been an absolute beast. I mean, his numbers in the playoffs are absurd. And if you took any one of the other players, in fact, I mean, dumbass Stephen A was on there today, and I saw this come across he was doing the top 5 faces of the NBA, and I think he had like Shai 5th. It was like Tyrese Halliburton. Because imagine if you had Halliburton or if you had Anthony Edwards or you had someone along those lines and they were having the sort of postseason that Shai was having. Oh my God, we wouldn't shut up about it.
No,
but
that's
he
very
just
true.
quietly just kind of goes
Look
about
at
his
Stephen
business.
A with good hot sports takes.
Oh no, he was being dumb, saying that.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, I think that's a good point, though. Wait a minute. What did I miss?
That was my point. He was saying that Shea is not anywhere is not the face of the NBA. He was trying to prop up. I mean, the idea that Halliburton is the face of the NBA as opposed to Shea.
That's more like it.
Because he wants the guy to be, Ant Edwards. Ant Edwards has been talked about more in these playoffs than Shea.
Well, he's a fun personality.
Yes,
Edwards. He is a little flashier in terms of his game.
Mm.
Well, a lot. And so, I mean, I get the reasons why SGA is not quite as top of mind.
I think a lot of people are just hearing him speak for the first time.
Yeah, but every time he does, he's a breath of fresh air to me.
Yes.
And I guess, I don't know, I guess maybe if they win a title, we'll see what people start to say about him or how much he's talked about. But I just think it's interesting that if you line up a bunch of NBA fans or even executives and said, who you starting your team with, SGA's he's not in the top.
Well, if you took age, and by the way, that's going to start changing here after the season.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, moment in time exercise.
Sure.
He's not top 4, top 5. Is he top 5? Is anybody starting their franchise with him over? If you could choose anyone in the league, I don't know if anybody's taken him. I think is.
I think after this season that will change. I mean, the clear answer is you take Jokic. But if you're doing age included, and obviously that excludes some people, and Shea's still young, I think that is going to change. Just like I think the narrative changed with Tatum a little bit. But like, if we were going to say that Tatum became this force and finally got his respect after winning his title, and this will be Shea. After this season, when they win an NBA title, and I do believe they're going to win an NBA title, and he has the MVP, and the dude's putting up, I mean, his playoff numbers, I got to bring him up, but I mean, he's just, his postseason numbers, I want to do this because I want to be fair to him, but he is absolutely crushing this.
So is there anybody younger than him that's better than, so Ant is younger, right?
I think Ant is.
Yeah, he's only 23.
Yeah, Ant's like 23.
Yeah, because SGA's 26.
Yes.
So Ant would be a guy who in 3 years, again, if they win a title, could maybe be that guy.
Yeah, I think Wemby would be someone that I think
certainly
Wemby would take. I think
Cooper Flagg's going to get a lot of run now.
Yeah, and I think Jokic again.
But he's older though. I'm thinking of younger guys.
Yeah. By the way,
he's not that
Shea
old,
is averaging 30, 36 and 7, with a steal and a half and a block, and he's shooting 46%. And I think the other one too is he doesn't necessarily shoot the 3-ball the way some of the other guys do. And like I said, he's not super flashy, but I mean, he's bringing it night in and night out, has been the model of consistency.
It's kind of scary to think. So SGA's 26.
Yeah.
That's the same age as Luka.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you look at all the best players under 25 in the NBA or under 26 in the NBA, whatever line you want to draw, Jalen Williams, 24, and Chet, 23.
Yeah. Well, and
you forget how young these guys are.
This is good because if you asked at the start of the season, who would you start your team with? No one would pick Shea over
in the
Luka.
league.
Yeah, in the league,
right?
And I think after this season, that's going to change.
Yeah,
I think when you start asking who you start your team with, I think Shea is going to be ahead of Luka. I think he's going to be ahead of Anthony Edwards.
Are you taking Wemby?
No. Well, I mean.
Okay, so this is a different question. But at this moment in time, I'm going to give you a new franchise, and you can pick any player in the league to start that with.
The blood clot thing scares the living hell out of me.
He's only 21.
If you got rid of the blood clot, or if the doctors told me as good as Shea is, I would take take Wemby.
He's got that. So you're passing on him? Who are you going with?
I would pass on him. But again, I would listen to my doctors, and if they say the blood clot thing is not going to be an issue going forward, I would rather bet, and that's saying something because, again, he's 26, he's an MVP, and he's about to win an NBA title. I would bet on Wemby. In fact, if you put everything together, to me, the only answer where you're starting your franchise is Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, it's weird.
Who's 21, he's already the best defender in the NBA, and he's only going to continue to get better. He's never been hurt outside of this blood clot thing. It's Wemby.
If you say under 26, three of the top 5 or 6 guys are on the Thunder.
Yeah.
Because you got Edwards, Wemby, SGA. I guess Luka would be in there.
Mhm.
And I guess then you go Jalen Williams or, gosh, Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
He's young.
Well, I mean,
Tyrese is only 20. Halliburton's only 25.
yeah, and Halliburton's good,
But he's
not,
good, but he's not in that.
No, I don't think so. And the one that I would say that if you wanted to bet on someone, dude, Ant is 23. Remember, most guys in the NBA don't start winning titles until they're 26, 27. And Anthony Edwards, if he cares, and it seems like he does, in 3 years, if you want to say who could eventually become the best player in the NBA of that, you know, you could do a lot worse than betting on Ant Edwards.
Yeah.
But
That's a good team, but they need to give him a little bit more up there.
And I mean, this is 2 years in a row in the conference final. They're going to be bounced, and you would think that they would go back and address that. And he's not getting anything out of Julius Randle. And Gobert, whatever. Like, they do need to get better. And he needs to be better. I don't think he's been, when you look at the consistency that Shea has brought and the consistency that Anthony Edwards has brought, those are two very different things when you look at their postseason play. But the thing about Oklahoma City is, this is the 7th year in a row that we're going to have a different NBA champion, right? And every time one of those teams has won, it doesn't, like Boston had that feel that maybe Boston could go on a run, but then obviously this season happens, they get bounced, Tatum gets hurt, and now we're like, well, he's not coming back, he's not coming back for a while, and they're going to have to make tough decisions, so maybe Boston's run is a little bit done. But every other team kind of felt like maybe it was more of an outlier than a kind of a dynasty run. If Oklahoma City wins this, dude, this is still young and this is still cheap, and they have an F ton of picks to keep recycling young players through. Oklahoma City has this is the first time in since Golden State where this feels like this could be a run, that this could actually be something where you're winning 3 and 5 or you're winning 4 out of 6, something like that. Because what derails Oklahoma City?
Denny Avdia.
Hey, you know his contract gets less and less? I mean, think about it. What team rises up? There's not a team in the East, if Boston takes a step backwards, that you think is some sort of juggernaut team that's going to jump up. The West is very competitive, but when you look at the idea of getting better, Oklahoma City is already better and has more tools to get better than Minnesota. Golden State is certainly on the back end of it. The Lakers are on the back end of it. Houston is intriguing, but again, Oklahoma City is better and has just as many ways to get better that Houston does, just as much young talent that's more proven. San Antonio is intriguing. San Antonio might rise up.
Are you saying only West?
Even in the East. I mean,
I would say whatever the Celtics do in the offseason will be very fascinating because they're going to retool. That's one. I would say whoever gets Giannis is another. And then the Lakers they have 26-year-old Luka.
Yeah.
They're just getting started. I mean, LeBron's at the tail end, but they're just getting started building around him. It'll be interesting to see what they do, and they certainly have the resources to
I just make the argument that that's the best team in the league with more ability to get better than any team in the league, and that's scary.
I'm just trying to answer your question. You were saying
tough.
who rivals, but this stuff is really unpredictable.
Sure.
I mean, how many times have we thought the Blazers were X, Y, and Z in the West, and it turns out they weren't because here comes this team, and all of a sudden this team signs a couple free agents, and this team makes a couple draft
or someone gets mad because they need to get paid, or
I mean, it's and I've said this before, but it is really shocking how many teams in the West have leapfrogged the Blazers since the Blazers were in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, go back and look at that year.
Yeah.
And look at the state of some of the other teams in the West. And there's I don't know off the top of my head, 6 or 7 that have ran circles around the Blazers since then.
Yeah.
So you can't predict that. You don't know. You don't know who that's going to be.
But
there will be some.
I just look at it. Normally NBA teams that win titles are not young teams, right? They are battle-tested teams that win it in their late 20s or early 30s. And I'm looking here at the starters. There's 22, 23, 27. Shea is 26. And what do we got with Lou Dort? Lou
My
Dort
guy
is
Lou?
26. This
Hell
is
yeah.
this is an outlier.
Yeah.
This is a young, dominant team that once again had the best point differential in NBA history.
Got to get by my Pacers first.
Yeah, I mean you got to finish it off. I'm just, and then I'm way ahead of my my skis here, but we may be seeing the start of something that people are going to get tired of real quick.
Someone said, dude, we should all be in awe of Rudy Gobert. He clearly doesn't understand basketball, yet has won multiple Defensive Player of the Years. Just wild. I enjoyed that text.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just remember, if Oklahoma City wants to, they could put together a better package than anyone else to go get Giannis.
Well, we'll see what they do.
That's how stacked they are.
What keeps us from watching college baseball? That's coming up on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
You could get an Oregon State Oregon.
Oh, one last thing. You mentioned we played that Ant Edwards clip earlier, and you mentioned that you thought it was weak.
Well,
can we play
Bring
it again?
gas.
Yeah,
It was not this. I'll get the other clip. That was not the same clip we played, but yes, I'll get it.
So Ant Anderson after the game.
Ant Edwards.
Ant Edwards. What did I say? Ant Anderson.
You said Ant Anderson, who I don't know who that is.
Anthony Anderson. I think he's that.
The big comedian guy.
Yeah, the big comedian. No, Anthony Edwards.
Is Anthony Anderson overrated?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's not funny, and I don't know why.
He went from like Kangaroo Jack to being a massive star
Yeah.
with no good reason.
I think he writes a lot of stuff, doesn't he?
I think so.
Or
I think he
produces?
writes on Blackish, which was very popular.
I do not get him. But anywho, some people do, and good for you, man.
Yeah, here's that. I believe. Well, let me preview it first. You guys continue.
Yeah. So Anthony Anderson, God bless America. Anthony Edwards. I'm going to do that a million times now. He said after the game, someone asked him because he did not have a very good stat line, right? And he kind of no-showed again. Not as bad as Julius Randle, who went 1 for 7 and 5 points, but in a game that you lost by 2 points, Anthony Edwards went 5 of 13, 1 of 7 from 3, and only had 16 points, and you lost by 2, right?
He shot the ball twice in the first half, which I found stunning.
Twice. And so when, the MVP of the league, who you're kind of in that competition with, goes for 40, and by the way, this isn't the first time that this has happened where he has disappeared. And someone asked him, do you feel like you struggled? And I'm assuming this is the clip here that
They had a good game plan, making us get off the ball. Especially for me, man, it was super in the gaps. I made the right play all night, so I don't really look at it like I struggled. I didn't get enough shots to say I struggled, so that might be how you guys look at it. But yeah, I didn't struggle at all. I made the right play. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, like it's an urge that I want to get the ball in the rim, put it up there, but you don't want to take bad shots and get your team out of rhythm. So just playing the game the right way, man, and that's what we did tonight as a team. No, I don't put no burden on myself. Just try to win. The only burden I put on myself is try to win. We gave ourselves a chance tonight. We just didn't come out from the start with the same aggression that we did in game 3. We gave up 19 offensive rebounds and 21 turnovers. So they got 40 more possessions than us. So and we lost by 2. So I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad, but we could take that and run with it. I mean, so we'll be all right.
No, you won't.
No, you
You're down 3-1. But and this is why I said 2 things can be true at the same time, right? There's a lot of truth in what he's saying, but at the same time, I find it to be incredibly weak and to me, pathetic and I would say unacceptable for the star of my team.
Because as the star, you got to own it and say, I got to be better. And,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but taking 2 shots in the first half, only taking 13, which, by the way, the last time he took 13 shots in this series, he said the same thing. He's like, man, literally, he had 13 shots, was in game 2 or something, and he said the same thing. He was like, man, I can't believe I've only had 13 shots. I got to be more aggressive. What do you, and then 1 for 7 from the 3-point line. You only had 6 assists, so I get it. What they were doing was, remember when New Orleans played the Blazers in that series, and they were just throwing everything at Dame.
Yeah.
I get it. They made it tough for you. But and yes, your offense wasn't the problem. And this was kind of what he was saying there. You scored 126 points. There's truth in what you're saying. But when all the supporting cast had a phenomenal game, career game, and some of that is obviously because the other team was paying so much attention to Anthony Edwards. So to sit there and say that you made the right play, that's true. And the offense wasn't the problem. It was turnovers and offensive rebounds. I get it. But at the same time, this is multiple times in this postseason where he clearly goes out and does not live up to supposedly being an all-NBA type guy. And at the end of it, he kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, it wasn't me. I didn't struggle. I had a great game. And that to me it's a cop-out. I think it's a bit of a loser mentality. And it's not what I want to hear from the leader of my team. This idea of, I was fine. I played a great game. No, you did not. You had in a absolute must-win game. You shot the ball 13 times, 2 in the first half, and you had 13 points, and you went 1 for 7. This is like where, remember, he went 0 for against the Lakers from the 3-point line and was like, well, everything's fine. It's not. I think this postseason, I noticed him last year, and so I don't remember what he was saying, but I just listened to him after the game, and that does not sound like a guy to me that takes accountability. It's not a guy to me that sounds like a real leader and a driving force. And I'm not certain when he said that he didn't want to be the face of the NBA. Remember that whole thing? I kind of feel like maybe there's something missing there. And he's only 23, and you can certainly get a lot better. I mean, like I said, most guys don't start winning titles until they're 26, 27. So I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater here at all. But I think that there is a real immaturity and a lack of accountability and honestly a lack of focus and drive that is being exposed right now between an MVP in Shea and a guy who is really flashy, but I don't think has shown up nearly enough in this postseason. And if he had, I think this might be a different series.
Yeah, I think what I hear there is just the kid learning what it takes to be a true star. I think he's learning that. And that was probably not the best thing to say, although he is right, like you said. I mean,
he said there's some truth to what he said.
Yeah, because he's kind of in a tough spot because I think that if he doesn't say that, he's maybe throwing his teammates under the bus a little bit. But in other words, like Oklahoma City's defense is awesome.
Yes.
And they know that he's like there's not quite enough around Edwards for them to worry about anyone else.
Sure.
And that's what is happening here, and he knows that. So he has to make the right play, or at least that's maybe what they're saying in the Minnesota locker room.
Yeah.
And then when he does that, yes, some of those guys knock down some big shots, but at the same time, Oklahoma City doesn't care.
Yeah.
They know that those guys aren't good enough to beat them in a 7-game series, so that's why they're throwing everything at Ant. So it's like,
it's true.
What do you expect a guy to say? But I think you could. Yeah, he's 23, dude. He is so young.
Yep.
SGA is that. I think that's a good example. I think if you look at the way SGA handles himself and the way Ant Edwards handles himself, I think you see very clearly what 3 years in the league can, 3 more years in the league can do. Now, I'm not to say Ant Edwards is that mature. Maybe he's not. Maybe there is something missing with him, but it's a little too early to say that.
He loves to run his mouth and he loves to kind of be the charismatic, fun guy. But
bring your ass.
I think when it comes to accountability, I think he really lacks it. To sit up there and say that, that I made all the right plays and we gave ourselves a chance and we lost by 2. Yeah, you went 1 for 7. So you know what else solves losing by 2? You not going 1 for 7. You not shooting 5 of 13. When you have 3 players, including 2 bench guys that drop 20 plus, and you put 16, and you're a top 10 player in the league, that's not what I want to hear.
I know it's not, and I'm the same way, but what I'm saying about what he has to say after the game, he has to be careful because as the leader and star of that team, he can't throw his teammates under the bus. In other words, what other star?
But he could say, I could have done more tonight.
Yeah, and that's what I think Suka's saying is like, just lie. Just say, hey, listen, I'm the star, own it. Say the right thing more than the accurate thing.
We'll look at the film. I probably have to do a little bit more.
And I totally get that. But I just think with I think he's learning, and he will probably learn from this and what he said and these kinds of criticisms. Hopefully he does.
Yeah.
But what other star can you put on that team against Oklahoma City and them overcome what Oklahoma City is doing to him?
It's tough.
It's really tough because there's just not enough around him for Oklahoma City to worry about it. And oh, by the way, Oklahoma City's like an elite defensive team.
One of the best ever.
It's one of those things where it's like Denver got a little bit of this with Oklahoma City too. Jokic is just that awesome.
Yeah.
But dude, they were absolutely throttling Jokic. They were all over him. And ultimately, it's going to come down to Jamal Murray and Michael Porter and these other guys, and they didn't do enough.
And I hope that when this is all done, that he needs to learn from this series because yes, if you want to, you can get help in Minnesota, but this is essentially your team. I mean, there's not the way the NBA works. There's not another, all NBA guy coming to Minnesota. I mean, this is kind of where you're at. You've been to the conference finals twice.
I liked the Randall deal. Yeah. But this is what we were talking about last week.
And they're going to have to re-sign him.
When it's so funny how in the NBA is the one league that exposes this more than any other professional sports league. You think you have a good team and a championship caliber team, and then you run into a real championship caliber team and you go, whoa, we've got some problems. Yeah. And that's what Oklahoma City is doing and exposing for Minnesota.
Yeah, it's just that if you're Minnesota and this is the second year in a row that you've been knocked out in the conference finals, the biggest difference that you can make to get over this hump is Anthony Edwards taking it to another gear and figuring out that even when a team is throwing a bunch of crap at you, you can't shoot the ball 2 times in the first half. You can't go 1 of 7 from the 3-point line. If he was playing at Shea's level, you ask, like, if Shea was playing at Anthony Edwards level and vice versa, this could be a different series. This at least would be a 2-2 series. And right now it's not. And I think they're going to get bounced again. And he needs to do some soul searching and decide in the offseason where his game goes from here, because he is already a star. But we've seen guys like Giannis and we've seen guys like Jokic put good, not great teams on their back and lead them to NBA championships. And right now, Anthony Edwards is not Giannis, he's not Jokic, and he's not Shea. And the only way Minnesota wins a title, or at least gets to the finals, is by him becoming one of those guys. And when I hear him talk after that, that doesn't really sound like a guy that understands that. And maybe I'm just, maybe I'm being critical.
Well, you are being critical, but I think it's all fair. I just feel like none of that's going to happen unless they give him a little bit more.
No, it's good.
It's just, it's particularly if they keep running into Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
All right. What keeps us from watching college baseball? That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, already a banger in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. High-scoring affair. It's 45-35 in favor of the Pacers. They are just a minute and a half into the second quarter of that one. Meanwhile, over on the ice, it's Game 4 tonight between the Oilers and the Stars. Oilers already on the board this evening. They're looking to take a 3-1 lead in that series. Leon Draisaitl with a power play goal 11 minutes into that one. The Ducks and Beavers both going to be hosting regionals in Eugene and Corvallis in advance of the Super Regionals on the path to the College World Series. The Ducks drawing the number 12 overall seed. They'll open play as the 1 seed in their region against 4 seed Utah Valley. That's 6 o'clock on Friday. The Beavs, meanwhile, earn the number 8 overall seed and would host a Super Regional if they advance out of their Corvallis Regional. Oregon State takes on 4 seed St. Mary's at 5 o'clock on Friday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Hello?
No question. I think he's looking over his shoulder, so to speak.
Halliburton with a 3 from way outside.
Whoa.
Oh, was that Reggie Miller going, whoa?
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, the Pacers got 15 from Tyrese Halliburton tonight in the first quarter alone.
Yeah, high-scoring affair, 47-40. 10 minutes left in the second frame still.
Hey, the Pacers are fun to watch.
They are.
Give them that.
They push the pace. It fits.
Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Isaac Robb for Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. It's more than just your friendly neighborhood steakhouse for so many reasons. The steaks are great, but it's also known for one of
All right. The Ducks and Beavers are both hosting regionals.
Yeah.
The college baseball tournament.
Yet somehow, now I don't pretend to understand college baseball rankings, but Oregon State got a top 8, and Oregon State got a top 8. And Oregon
Controversial.
that's because
Oregon got 12th.
Yeah, and they essentially have the same record, and Oregon State beat them.
Oregon beat 'em.
Or yeah, God, I'm doing.
You're
great.
doing great.
Oregon beat Oregon
Focus.
State in the 4 games that they played.
Yeah.
So I'm confused because Oregon State didn't have a tournament to play in because they're not in a conference.
They were the only independent team to make the field.
And yet Oregon was punished for losing in the Big Ten tournament after they already won the Big Ten regular season championship. That just seems odd to me that, and look, I know very little about college baseball. I understand Oregon State's a great team. I'm not saying they're not deserving. I just think that was kind of when I saw that, I was a bit puzzled when I was looking at resumes.
So the Beavs are the number 8 overall seed. They host St. Mary's on Friday. The other 2 teams in their region, TCU and USC.
So you got double elimination and little kind of mini round robin there, and the winner goes on to the super regional.
And then Oregon got the 12 overall seed. They host Utah Valley Friday at 6, and the other 2 teams in their region in Eugene will be Arizona and Cal Poly. Now, the difference here, as you're pointing out, between 8 and 12 is that the Beavers will host the super regionals should they advance. The Ducks will not.
Yeah.
So only the top 8 host the super regional. So that's how Oregon kind of got hosted.
Although the Ducks would host if the 1 seed in their opposite
Well,
region
that's fair.
were
That's,
so
that's true. Because they're opposite the Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
They're opposite the Raleigh region. Yeah.
Chapel Hill region.
So there is a chance that Oregon State and Oregon could both host super regionals.
Correct.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, but you'd have to root for an upset for on the Oregon side. Oregon State wins, they will host it.
Yes,
and they'll play the winner of the Tallahassee Regional. Anyway, my question is college baseball is pretty kick ass.
Yes, it is.
Why don't we watch it more? Is it just not readily available enough for us?
I don't know.
And I'm saying
part
us.
of it.
I'm saying just generally speaking, why is it not more popular? You know, somebody texted in earlier and they said, it was our Stanford guy, Gunner. I read his text. He said, listening on the app, so who knows if I'm up to speed, but as a college baseball coach, it's a real shame the West Coast can't get behind college baseball. Oregon and Oregon State are legit teams, but after moving to the ACC this year, it is absolutely crazy how much college baseball matters on the East Coast and in the South. It's basically college football from 3 to 5 years ago. Same place, arms races, facilities, and paying players. And I find that interesting. I didn't know that it was that big down there. But, what is our deal with college baseball? Well, what's up with that?
I don't know.
Because we have great programs.
And I have never lived in an area where college baseball was a big deal. And so the SEC, by the way, they have like half the teams in the regionals are all SEC teams.
The SEC is awesome.
And I know like North Carolina's a traditional powerhouse down there, and USC and Arizona State are good teams. And out west, we've had Cal State's been a good team, and I mean, so we have, and Oregon State, by the way, has won 3 national titles for God's sakes. I mean, that's the definition of a phenomenal program. I just,
what keeps you from watching it?
It's a good question
because
it just has never been part of my. It's never been part of my day-to-day sports viewing habit. It's just it's not out in front of me.
It's not really on.
It's not.
Is it?
I don't know exactly where to find it.
That's part of it, and also, even if it's fun, would it jump the hierarchy of whatever the primetime game is in the NBA or for Suk the NHL? I mean,
No.
and I think that's part of it too. It's not that you wouldn't maybe be interested, but it's competing with other stuff.
And I pay attention when the College World Series goes around. I think
because it's
cool.
on.
It's on.
So maybe it's that simple. Like if it were on, because people will often say, well, we don't know the players. Well, okay, but it's the college brands.
Yeah.
The players turn over all the time in basketball, but you watch your Ducks, your Beavers, your Trojans, whoever.
Yeah.
So the college brand should be what brings you in. Like you'd want to watch BYU. Kansas is having a historic year in baseball. We've never been this good, and so that's kind of cool. But I don't know. Maybe it's just as simple as they're not on, and if they were, we'd watch a little bit more because we do watch when they are on in the World Series.
Yeah, but it obviously, even though I watch in the College World Series, it's not like it's appointment viewing the way it is college football to me or the NCAA tournament till you get to the College World Series. Honestly, it feels a lot like college basketball to me. I don't watch a ton of college basketball until it gets to the end of the year. I watch more college basketball because I do think it's readily available and there's not it's more in front in the national lexicon, like it's a conversation. But it's a very similar, I think, is when the tournament starts rolling around, we start paying attention to it. When the College World Series rolls around in the regionals, especially when there's local teams involved, we start paying attention to it. But from a national perspective, when's the last time that college baseball was a focus of conversation? I don't ever remember seeing it as a headline on ESPN. I don't ever remember national people talking about it. It's certainly, even locally here, growing up, I didn't hear sports talk radio talk about it very much. I mean, God, we've been doing this forever, and we don't talk about it that much until we get to the point of national championship. I mean, I remember Oregon State winning national titles and us talking about when will this be able to take hold and really become a day-to-day household thing. And I just don't know. I don't know what that would take. But that, by the way, that's true for so many sports. Like, I just feel like there's a natural pecking order in sports, and it's hard to ever unseat something. There's only so much bandwidth we have, right? And in this country, it's the NFL, it's college football, it's the NBA, it's Major League Baseball, and then to a lesser extent, then you have the NHLs, and you've got, you know, the stuff behind that, and get in line. And unless it was something that was pushed by national brands and it was readily available and talked about, I just don't know how that gains traction. But according to that one guy back in the South, they do talk about this like they do.
I guess so. I was looking up the viewership. 16-game postseason average in 2003 Men's College World Series, 1.65 million viewers.
It's a good chunk, but
that's not great.
It's not great.
I mean, not a lot of people are watching.
No.
48% increase from the year over year, but still, I don't know. I think they should. I mean, it seems to me that they need a better TV deal, but maybe there's just no demand for it. I don't know. And you know, the format is a little hard to follow if just for the layman.
Yeah,
I think more one and done games, like when it gets to be the deciding game of a 3-game series or whatever. It just changes. It's kind of like the college basketball tournament. It changes it when it's one and done, and you're out if you lose.
Yeah,
it's intense.
Well, and there's, like I said, there's a lot of different polls and so it's hard to know.
They need to streamline that sport a little better.
And I don't think we really talk about like team construction. You know, there's 60 something games they play, 50 something games. So I think for people, I mean, that's kind of like Major League Baseball. There's just a lot to follow on a day-to-day basis. So and again, it's just not ingrained, at least out here. It's just not something we talk about.
Well, but the Beavers and Ducks aren't even on TV.
No.
Like, are they?
But
I don't think they are.
Readily available that I see.
I don't know how to watch them.
But you talk about it. You came from a place where college basketball was a big effing deal, right? And again, growing up out here, we don't watch college basketball. We just don't. And so if Oregon State becoming one of the most dominant programs in college baseball. And look, I don't think this is that far out about. Or in modern time, the Oregon State baseball program is the best Pacific Northwest program ever. They've won 3 national titles. Washington football's never won 3 national titles. Oregon's never won 3 national titles in any sport that we prop up. This is the single greatest college team that we've had in the Pacific Northwest ever. And if that doesn't grab people to the point where that becomes a day-to-day sport, nothing ever will.
Has it grabbed Oregon State fans, though? Like, are Oregon State fan? Like, if you're a diehard Oregon State fan, do even you not care all that much about
Well,
baseball?
Sprague went to Oregon State, and Sprague is a Beaver through and through, and I listen to them, and I know Sprague pays attention to it, but he is not.
Yeah.
He is not breaking down the Oregon State pitching staff and the lineup and all that. That is not
Very
not the
few
case.
are. I mean, I don't think that there are more than a couple hundred, maybe, people who do that for any given team in college baseball.
Okay. People are saying the Beavs are on CW and Coin.
Okay.
That's good. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Although I don't have CW at home, so can't watch them. But if they're on Coin, I could watch them.
Yeah. How many people know that, and how many people tune into it?
Yeah, and that's the other thing is maybe it's when they play.
Don't know.
Friday early afternoons, right?
Yeah.
Or not early
They
afternoon.
play midweek games too during the season.
Yeah, they play 2 a week, and that's kind of hard to sit down and watch. I don't know. Look, we have not gotten to the bottom of this.
And we both love
Oh
baseball.
my God, look at John Mellencamp. Oh, you missed them.
That's Ben
Yeah,
Stiller.
fisticuffs in the hockey game.
Yeah, you're too slow.
Triple H.
They had John Mellencamp on there. He's I'm watching the Knicks and the Pacers.
Looks a little rough.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, he's had a hard life.
I mean, he looks okay, but he's just red-faced, like he's housed.
He probably is.
Yeah.
But to your point, we are both big baseball fans. We watch baseball every day in the studio.
Day.
And did we have the Ducks or Beavers on?
Never.
Yeah.
It's weird. All right. Well, work on it, college baseball. How about that?
I think they'd like to, but it's hard.
All right. Is it? We'll get to more sports talk. Very short sports talk segment next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, not only does the Oregon baseball quest for a title begin this weekend, so does softball. They're actually already en route to the College World Series after winning their Super Regional over Liberty.
Yeah.
Softball team plays Thursday, 9:30 p.m. They take on UCLA on ESPN2.
That's awesome.
And people will find that, and people will watch because it's the postseason.
I like the College Softball World Series.
Absolutely.
What does Liberty think of the Ducks? What
Hates
must
them.
they think of the Ducks?
I think that is the fly in the proverbial
yes.
Suck it, Liberty.
A thorn in their side, the Ducks are. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The Portland Trailblazers are for sale.
Oh my God, this is the best day since? How long has it been since I've felt positive?
Which means a new era is coming in Rip City.
I'm excited for the opportunity of new ownership and what that can bring.
How long will it take? Who will it be?
It doesn't really need to be a local person. It's just, there's no shortage of rich people lining up to get into sports.
We'll have you covered with the latest on Portland's sports leader, 1080.
Who's winning? What is occurring?
The Fan.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. And now through June 30th, get zero down, 0% APR for 84 months on select compact tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Visit Rick Riel Farm Supply, Mullen Machinery in Gresham, or Dan's Tractor in Battleground.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Portland Perks. Looking for some fun that the whole family can enjoy? Right now, you can get one ride bracelet to Oaks Amusement Park and get a second one free. A limited quantity is available only at portlandperks.com. Oaks Park, where the fun never ends.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Prime Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Okay. Quick, tell us why you love sports. Yeah, now.
Quick, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, now.
Because sports.
Yeah, now. We're out of time.
Sports is sports.
I love sports. Okay, the club is next on The Fan.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my
Ellen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, still a cracker, 60-60 with 2 minutes left in the second quarter. Tyrese Halliburton with 20 first-half points. Jalen Brunson has 13, while Karl Anthony Towns has 14 to lead the Knicks. Meanwhile, over on the ice, the Oilers are hosting the Stars. Game 4 of that series, with Edmonton looking to take a 3-1 series lead. They are up 1-0 at the first intermission thanks to a Leon Draisaitl power play goal. The Ducks and Beavers both going to be hosting regionals in advance of the College World Series. Oregon State can host a super regional. If they advance out of their regional, they will take on St. Mary's Friday at 5 o'clock in their first game, while the Ducks earn the 12 overall seed. They'll play 4-seed Utah Valley at 6 o'clock on Friday at PK Park. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Kurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
You can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward. That was for the good of the game. You want to go inside what it's like to sit in this role? Yeah, now, we've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises. Yeah, now, good luck to me. Yeah, now, boy. Here now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Here now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Boy. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Here now. Here now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. You can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward. That was for the good of the game. Good luck to me. Yeah, now. God.
Buckley, I'm going to need you to go get like a supercut, if you could, of Buford T. Justice. Because it's...
Yeah, I have the long one. I have a minute supercut.
You can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas.
I think
you're saying you want one of... Okay.
There's two things. We need to pull the Jason Sudeikis doing Maine Justice on SNL, and we need to see if we can find a super clip of Buford T. Justice from Smoking the Bandit. Because I can't decide which one you're channeling more. if we're going Maine Justice or we're going Buford T. Justice. But either way, justice has been served. Isaac T. Justice.
That was me doing Greg Sankey. Yeah, now. As I think that he would sound.
Even though he's from upstate New York and went to Syracuse.
Yeah, and he doesn't really look...
No.
First job as the intramurals director of Utica College.
It's intramurals, brother.
That's right.
Go play intramurals, brother.
I think at some point, when he was the intramurals, whatever, so he was like, I'm going to be the most powerful man in college football. You know, there's some dude that went to school with him, and it's like, dude, that dip-ass, that guy's the commissioner of the SEC, and you're like, yeah, he is.
I've got, the 999 challenge, baseball games.
Yeah. Nine beers,
9 beers, 9 dogs, 9 innings. Yeah. Well, you've got 18, 18, 18.
What's that?
It's 18 beers, 18 hot dogs in 18 holes of golf.
Dude. Oh, no.
Yeah. That's like 5 hours.
That's gross. The 18 beers isn't a problem. The 18 hot dogs? What the hell you do?
Well, I think for a lot of people, the 18 beers is a problem. It certainly would be for me.
No, but if you had to, I guess it depends on the person. It does feel like of the 2 feats, the 18 hot dogs is harder to do.
You think so?
I do.
So in a round of golf, you're eating a hot dog a hole.
Warm day?
Ugh.
I'm wondering, like, if it's a warm day and you're sweating out the beer and the hot dog's not appetizing, it's easily the beer's the easier way to go.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Cold day, maybe hot dogs.
The idea of eating 18 hot dogs is repulsive. 18 beers, again, I'm assuming we're talking light beers here. I don't have to.
Well, this next
we're not
story,
talking IPAs.
That's whatever. Yeah, that's
this story involves Coors Light.
Yeah. Dude, I can drink 18 Coors Lights over a 5-hour round.
But that's you. See, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I also can't eat 18 hot dogs. So
I don't think I could do 18.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. And that is 100% the dogs.
Are people doing that?
It's a thing. Yeah. It's a thing out there.
The food, I couldn't tell you the last time I did a food challenge, and I don't know what would get me to do it. I think the last food challenge was the Great Balls of Fire that we did, and that was like 15 years ago. I just can't think, outside of charity, like a significant charitable thing, I can't think of any reason I would do any food challenge.
So we have a new one, and this one is the 24-24-24-24 challenge.
You're asking me to eat 24 hot dogs?
No. This was posted to TikTok by a man named Jordan Keldson.
Okay.
And he set out to hike the Pacific Crest Trail in California.
Okay.
And that's hard.
My buddy's kid did that.
In and of itself.
But that takes you that's like
months, right? Or weeks?
Oh, yeah.
8 months, something like that. It's
yeah,
a whole thing.
You wind all the way into Oregon, don't you?
Well, actually, you
Washington.
go up into Washington.
Yeah.
It ends at the Canadian border. There's like a sign.
So he upped the ante and decided that he would try to eat 24 cheeseburgers, drink 24 beers, and hike 24 miles of the Pacific Crest Trail in 24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
Sounds dumb.
Sounds
it does
stupid.
sound dumb. But he posted. So let me just tell you what happened.
Yeah.
So this says he started at 9 p.m. at night, quickly knocked out 2 burgers.
Mm-hmm.
These are from McDonald's, and they look pretty small.
So it's just the regular McDonald's cheeseburger, not a quarter pounder.
You know, I saw the TikTok. I don't know. They looked small. I don't think all of his burgers were from McDonald's.
Okay.
Because the ones that I saw looked like they were from somewhere else, and they were tiny.
Okay.
But anyway, and then he has 2 beers. So in 30 minutes, he has knocked out 2 burgers and 2 beers. By around 9 a.m., which is 12 hours later, he had knocked out 12 beers and 4 burgers.
Okay, I see it here.
And a number of miles. At this point, pretty much everyone was worried that he wasn't going to get her done.
Yeah, that just looks like regular McDonald's cheeseburgers. Like just
15 miles in. Yeah, the one he showed on there.
Yeah.
The first one did, but I think there's another. Is there?
I'm scrolling through here to see.
I thought there was another bag of. Maybe he had them all right at the start. Anyway, 15 miles in, he had downed 16 beers and 9 burgers.
Mm-hmm.
That was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so he had 7 hours left, and he still had plenty to do. At the 16th mile.
Yeah, those do look like. Are
they
different.
McDonald's?
Well, I don't know. They look different.
They look thicker, don't they?
They look thicker, and he's obviously put them in like plastic bag. It's tough to tell, but they may be different. But they're not big cheeseburgers.
They're not big, right? No. That's the thing.
They're similar size to a regular McDonald's cheeseburger.
So by mile 16, he had 18 beers and 12 burgers. And then he looked straight into the camera, and he said, "Do not try this. This sucks." So he finished the 24 miles portion.
Yeah.
He climbed over 5,000 feet.
You're at least on that you are working off calories and you're sweating stuff out.
Yeah.
Dare I say the worst part of that for me would be hiking the 24 miles.
So he finished the 24 miles.
Yeah.
But he said that with 3 hours left, he still had 10 burgers to go.
Oh, dude, that's so he how many did he in? You said he did or didn't finish this?
He does not finish.
He does not finish.
Spoiler. He waved the white flag.
How many burgers did he get? He did a lot of dinners. How close did he get?
He said, "I failed the cheeseburger part, but I made it 24 miles and I did 24 beers." Now, the beers he was drinking were Coors Lights.
Yeah.
He said, I made it 24 miles, pounded 24 beers. Last one was a shower beer. It was amazing. I did 24 beers, 24 miles in 24 hours, and 15 burgers. And then he said, "But whatever, I had a good day. Don't try this. Hike your own hike. You never know what you're going to be capable of. Embrace the suck because the cheeseburgers sucked." And part of it, too, he started in the hotel.
Yeah.
If you saw there.
Yeah.
So he started before he started hiking.
He got on the trail.
So he couldn't do the 24 burgers, but he did 24 beers.
You got a whole day?
Well, yeah, 24 hours.
So if you're breaking that down, then if I did like just 3 meals a day, then...
It didn't really say if he slept.
Yeah.
Like, we're assuming that he just...
Well, it's like, 24 hours.
But he could have slept.
Could have rested. Yeah. I'm just thinking if you did 8, right? So basically you have to eat 8 burgers in the morning. You got to eat 8 in the afternoon for lunch, and then you got to eat 8 for dinner. Again, the beer thing, I mean, I'm not. It's just the beer thing is not a problem. it's just could you eat 24 burgers? I don't think I could eat 18 hot dogs. Why am I assuming that the burgers are easier than hot dogs? But I got an entire day to do it. I certainly couldn't do it in 5 hours. There's no way I could eat 18 hot dogs or 18 cheeseburgers. If you did it 24 hours, in fact, I think I'd have a better chance of doing this than I would the golf.
So it's 1 an hour. Like, would you pace it to be 1 an hour?
Yeah, probably something like that. If you ask me, I have to do one. In a round of golf, a normal round of golf, I have to do 18 and 18, or I have 24 hours to do the 24, 24, 24, and there's like money or like something big on the line, I would do the...
What if there's a gun to your head?
I would do the 24. I think the 24, 24 is easier.
Yeah, because you just have more time.
You just got more time. I got an entire day, and I would...
because if you think about it, 18 hot dogs in 5 hours.
That's a lot.
Well, as you said before, it's like 5 hours.
I think
24 hot dogs or 24 burgers in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Much more manageable.
Yeah, it's more.
The consumption versus time, the 24-hour ones gave you way more.
And like when we were in Italy, there were days where we walked like 15, 16 miles, and that sucked. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sore, and but again, 24 miles, I paced myself. That's the one. But either way, that's disgusting. Now, for most people, is the problem the beer, or is most people problem the burger or the dog?
I'm guessing for most people, it's the food.
Yeah, right. I just think it's easier to drink 18 light beers or even 24 light beers than eating 24 hot dogs or 24 burgers. That's rough.
Well, tell him about it.
And I'm guessing if you puke, it's over.
It sounds like he invented the challenge and can do whatever he wants. It's just the whole thing's kind of odd.
Now, have you ever had 24 beers in 24 hours?
I had 24 beers
in 5 hours.
Well, and it's not my proudest moment, but when we went to the Indianapolis 500, it's bring your own alcohol, right? You can
just walk in the gate with it.
Yeah, you just bring in your cooler.
NASCAR events are the same way.
So when we went, we brought, my buddy's a big wine guy, so we brought some wine and I think I brought some. We brought a couple beers, but when we brought some wine or whatever, and then one of the guys we came with, he knew I was coming and he heard I was a Coors guy and he thought I was a Coors Light guy, and he bought me a case of Coors Light, and so I kind of felt bad about it. So I started drinking the Coors Light because he was all excited that he brought me that case of Coors Light, and over the course of and it was a really hot day. It's hot as balls out there. And I don't know how long that race is, but you're there for a while. We were there for maybe an hour and a half before the race. But I drank whatever we drank, that came with it. But I drank that case of Coors Light while I was at the Indianapolis 500. So that's like, what, a 5-hour race? And
yeah, you're probably talking 6 to 7 hours there total, maybe.
Yeah, and that was a case of Coors Light. And then on top of, a couple other things that we brought with us. So,
well, now mix in 24 cheeseburgers.
I think I would throw up.
And walk a dozen more miles.
And I don't think that would be from,
And 5,000 feet in elevation gain.
Yeah, that's just so rough. But I got 24 hours to do it. So I can really
space it out.
I can really space it out. So again, I just think about that. I have to drink 8 beers and eat 8 burgers 3 times over the course of the day. The burgers are just way harder than the beers. Light beers for a big guy, you can drink and piss and just... And I will say that I was peeing like every 10 minutes at the Indy 500. But it just goes, you can just burn through your system if you're a bigger guy. I mean, it wasn't uncommon when we were at, BYU, which is kind of a weird thing. That was not uncommon for a couple old linemen to each get a case of crappy beer and then like a bunch of tacos, and that was just your night.
Well, all the fat offensive linemen in high school used to drink 16, 18 beers. It would always blow me away, because I could never do that. But to them, it was nothing.
Yeah, if you're a big guy,
that's when I realized I wasn't going to be an offensive lineman.
And you know what? It's better for you to not be.
I was like, Jesus, man.
To not be an offensive
Scott Gearing.
See, and I knew guys that I think could probably do this without blinking. Like I'm a guy that created, like, I'm not supposed to be that big. I knew guys that I played with that probably could do this in their sleep. They wouldn't even blink. They were like 330 pounds naturally, and they were like bottomless pits. So I'm probably not the representative for the O-line that you would want. You go find one of these dudes that are naturally 6'6", go 345, 350 walking around, I bet you they could do that crap in their sleep. I'm convinced that the burgers and the hot dogs would get me.
Adulting 101 next on the Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
I have come to the full realization, and I almost want to publicly apologize for it.
And then the Dodgers got up to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah. And Dustin May was mowing him down.
Turns out Dustin May does indeed
Didn't suck today. Didn't need to.
Well, he got the W, but that game, his bet was the over-under on runs between the Guardians and Dodgers.
7.5, right?
8.5.
8.5. And it hit 14.
But to your point earlier, the Dodgers could get there on their own, which is what made it appealing. And they did.
They did.
They got 9.
Yeah. Congratulations.
And thank you.
Suk owes you an apology. Now,
I just liked in one of the updates, Buck dropped a
Justin May
may indeed suck, which that was the highlight of the show for me.
Now, I also want to report that Buck. So he just told me that Tyrese Halliburton in the first half is an assist shy of the triple-double.
Yes.
A rebound shy, but
in the first half, he has 20 points, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds. So 2 points.
9 rebounds. Or at least, I'm looking at ESPN, it says 9. He's got 1 offensive, 8 defensive, 9 total.
It says 8 here. But
okay, well, maybe he needs 2 more. We'll see.
Either way, the point is that guess who bet the Tyrese Halliburton triple-double in this game?
The man's a machine.
He's unbelievable.
The number was way off.
30-1.
30-1. You tell me that's not going to happen more than 1 in 30 times?
How much you bet?
$2.50 to win 75.
I love Ryan Buckley.
Dude, I've never seen anything like
His
this guy.
account.
It's so bloated.
Yeah, it'd be great if his wife didn't know about it, but unfortunately, all this money has already been spoken for. But
so, if you haven't been following, Buckley has been hitting long shot bets right and left.
Yes,
you've hit at least 5 that are 30-1 or longer.
I think that's correct.
Including one that, what was the one? Turned into $1,700?
Yeah, $1 to make $1,700 on the Kentucky Derby.
Dude.
$1? He may retire just betting $1. Has anybody ever retired from sports betting at $1 a clip?
I'm guessing the answer
$1
is
a
no.
unit.
What we need to play
not.
the fun game is, you know, if his standard unit was like $10, where would he be sitting?
Yeah,
Well, we tried to play that
yeah,
game, and he
we'll
never.
still do that. We'll still do that.
Buckley doesn't. I don't think
He
Buckley
doesn't want to
wants
report
people
back.
to know. Yes, I think
Well,
he's.
no, he just wanted a list of all the long shot hits, which I think I could provide.
Yeah, and we could easily do the math.
Yeah.
Or someone could.
Yeah.
On the.
Yeah, you don't want us
just adding a 0 to it or something.
Yeah.
Again, now you don't go down those roads.
No, I
because
don't. I don't want to.
It's going to be more challenging for us. But
Watch him never get a rebound and not get a triple-double.
Rolls an ankle.
I mean, we've had those games before where you've got like a half to get like 1 or 2 things
Yep.
and it doesn't happen, and you're like, oh my god.
The Pacers are up 9.
But yeah, something tells me that triple-double is going to hit.
You think so?
Yeah, it was. How does he go an entire half without getting 1 or 2 rebounds?
You know the other thing about Halliburton, and I really like watching him and the Pacers play.
The Halliburton.
The Halliburton. And his hot girlfriend from Iowa State.
Yeah.
He does. Do you think he's ever lifted a weight in his life? Because he sure doesn't look like it.
I think a lot of NBA guys probably fall into that.
Yeah,
category.
like I mean, I think Chet has, but he doesn't look like it. Just
Yeah, I mean, look
a
at
lot of guys
Halliburton.
built like that. They've tried and it just doesn't stick.
Halliburton does not. Like, he just is not. His arms look like, well, I wouldn't say my arms,
He's spindly though.
but yeah.
He does not look. If you saw him in the weight room, I do not think he would be putting up impressive amounts of weight. And that's kind of the beauty part of basketball is you don't have to put up impressive amounts of weight.
Just ask KD.
Well, you can do that in a lot of sports. There is nothing dumber than equating being jacked with being a good athlete because they have nothing to do with each other.
That's very true.
I can't tell you the number of times in football that you would play someone or you'd get someone that come trap for a team that was like a bodybuilding type dude who just we coined you look like Tarzan, you play like Jane, and it just doesn't equate.
Do you think there are more guys in the NBA that are like, because we're used to seeing some specimens, like some dudes that are ripped
Giannis
and yeah, like just like what
LeBron's that way.
Yeah. Do you think there's more guys like that, or more guys like, you know, the Julius Randle?
There's more guys like
Zion
that are just they're a little doughy. Yeah, there's more guys like that. It's easier. Like when you're an athletic specimen like that, it's just it's
like me.
It's a skill league.
You wouldn't know that I'm such an athletic specimen by looking at me and my flabby arms.
Well, I mean, my buddy was asking me about this. We were talking about this just the other day because he was asking me about like boxers and even like MMA fighters. Dude, the best boxers and MMA fighters do not look like you would think. Like, you know, they're not fat. They're not like in like bad shape, but they are not the dudes that are jacked and look like scary. They're not the best fighters. Look at Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather does not look like just some physical freak.
But he's cut.
He's cut. You know, like but
Doesn't have an ounce of fat on him.
Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't like some physical specimen. If you ever want to see something funny, go look up. You know those Battle of the Network Stars that they used to do?
Oh, yeah.
There is a race between Wayne Gretzky, who, by the way, is in a polo shirt.
Oh, this is amazing. We talked about this on an episode that, or one of the shows that Rob was out.
It is Wayne Gretzky, Pele, Sugar Ray Leonard, and someone else. And Wayne Gretzky beat Sugar Ray Leonard by 900 meters. It is like he blows him away. And like again, you just
Bjorn Borg was the other one.
Yeah, Bjorn Borg.
I love Bjorn Borg.
But they all get down like in the starting blocks of like a 100-meter dash, and they all take off, and Gretzky smokes them all.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, but again, go look at Sugar Ray when go look at Muhammad Ali when he fought. He wasn't like this.
No.
This giant like herked up thing. The best MMA fighter of all time. Look at John Jones. John Jones is the single greatest MMA fighter of all time. And John Jones does not look, if you just saw him, he just looks like a guy. In fact, there's like a new prevailing theory, at least in the fight game, that's starting to spill over that the big muscly guys don't have the cardio to be great fighters. That when you're jacked with muscle like that, your body has to supply so much oxygen to keep all that big muscle going that you gas out and you don't have good stamina and you fade. Also, maybe one of the reasons why guys that look like that get hurt all the time is they're just so jacked to the gills that their frame can't handle it. And it's actually better off to be someone that's got more of a dad bod, and your body, you're strong enough, you're athletic enough, but you don't have to carry all that muscle.
All right, well, there's a little impromptu sports talk for you guys.
The price is wrong, bitch.
All right, coming up next, let's get back to the topic at hand, and that is Gen Zers. Let's make fun of them again, because we like to do that here.
Yeah, everyone loves to drag Gen Z.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're easy to drag. Yeah. And
snowflake softies.
They don't know how to do anything.
No, not really.
So we've got a topic on that. Coming up next on The Fan, here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on The Fan, game for the Eastern Conference Finals is a good one, a high-scoring affair. The Pacers leading the Knicks 76-66, 9 minutes to go in the third quarter of that one. The Pacers looking to take a 3-1 lead before heading back to MSG for Game 5. Meanwhile, over on the ice tonight, the Oilers and Stars doing battle. Oil up 2-1 midway through the second period, but they do have injury concerns. Zach Hyman leaving the game with what appeared to be either a hand or wrist injury. No telling yet what his status is. Meanwhile, on the diamond, the Ducks and Beavers both set to host regionals on the path to Omaha. The Ducks, the number 12 overall seed, and as the one in their region, will open play against 4-seed Utah Valley, who won the WAC. That's a 6 o'clock first pitch on Friday night. The winner of the Ducks region will play the winner of the Chapel Hill region, hosted by North Carolina. The Beavs, meanwhile, earned the number 8 overall seed and would host a super regional if they advance out of their Corvallis region. Oregon State takes on 4-seed St. Mary's at 5 o'clock on Friday. In the NFL, Bills running back James Cook not at OTAs as he waits on a new contract. Meanwhile, Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins a no-show to Falcons OTAs because he's mad. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
You know who else is mad, Buckley, besides Kirk Cousins?
You?
You and your old, drafty, crappy-ass windows.
Winders.
How about that? You know, guys, it sucks having bad windows. Pay a lot in energy costs. They're leaky, cold inside our house, hot in the summer. And we don't need that in our lives. We need new windows. So that's why I'm talking to you. I am in bed with. We are sleeping together. Me and Window Nation. Now, this is a great company because all they do is windows, and they're going to give you such a screaming deal right now. You can get 4 windows for every 4 windows you buy right now at Window Nation. They're also going to give you a free entry door if you buy a whole house full of windows. You can also pay nothing until 2027 with no interest, no payments for a couple of years. Portland Homes, we need windows that work as hard as you do. That's why Window Nation, they offer top-rated, energy-efficient windows built locally with sustainability in mind and made for our Northwest weather. So it is time to modernize your home with style, comfort, and serious energy savings backed by a lifetime warranty at Window Nation. 2 ways to get on their schedule for your free estimate today. Call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. You can also visit them online at windownation.com. Please tell them you heard it from Isaac. You get 4 windows free for every 4 you buy. Tell them you heard it right here from your window daddy on the Fan.
So, where are you guys playing golf at? We're playing over at Claremont Golf Club. You told him? Why? It's a great course.
I don't know what the next generation is called, Generation Alpha or whatever.
Well, Gen Z is now flocking to Adulting 101 crash courses because they don't know how to do anything.
There's Adult 101
They don't know how to be adults.
Adulting 101, yes. As a matter of fact, there is a class. They are saying this is in Canada at the University of Waterloo.
Mm-hmm.
They are offering this class. It is Adulting 101. It covers everything from healthy relationships to how not to set your kitchen on fire. Seriously.
You have a class for that?
It's a thing.
Jeebus.
Apparently you do with this generation of numbnuts.
What is happening?
They don't know how to, they certainly don't know how to change a tire because they typically don't have a car.
No.
They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to do a lot of things. They don't cook. They don't do laundry. They can't budget for rent. They can't go into a grocery store without Googling what's a turnip. They don't know anything.
Are they that,
well, not all of them.
Are they that bad?
They are that bad.
See, I wonder, like,
and it's not all of them.
No, and so that's why, like, I'm not around enough of them. Like, I have my 3 kids, and there's definitely times where I shook my head and been like, oh my God. But, you know, I show them how to do something, and then for the most part, you know, my kids are I don't know. I think they're all somewhat self-sustainable, and every now and then, like, they need some help, and I'll roll my eyes. But once you kind of show them, then that it's kind of over. I don't know. I've always wondered how overblown, because some of the stats are pretty incredible, like when you read about them. But I don't know. I just wonder how much of that is hyperbole, and is it really that bad?
Well, it's bad compared to us.
Yeah.
Right?
But
because we were more independent.
Sure.
We just had to figure stuff out.
I'm always amazed, like, when I read, like, I saw a thing the other day. I was reading an article on Gen Z, and they said that, and I guess this is what I wonder, like, is this like us with athletes? They said that 57% of Gen Zers want to be influencers.
Yeah.
Like 57%. And I was like, oh my God.
That's
and like
right.
the number of Gen Z males that are not employed and are not seeking employment, it's like 7 million.
Right.
I was like, oh my God. Like, they don't have a job, nor do they want a job, like, at all. And more of them are living with their parents, and it's by choice. And so when I hear that stuff, it's like alarming to me, but I don't know a lot of people like that. So I always, you know, I always ask the question, can it really be that bad? But then I listen to people and I'm like, well, maybe it is.
Yeah, they blame helicopter parenting and extended adolescence, made worse by rising numbers of young adults living with mom and dad. You're just more likely to be financially dependent on your parents for longer. They say high schools are failing students, not academically, but practically. Until the 1960s, for example, New York City high schoolers learned to cook, clean, and sew as part of their standard curriculum.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have home ec.
Yeah.
In 2025, they'd be lucky if they knew how to do their laundry.
Someone said, I met a 24-year-old that asked me to turn on an oven and never done it. Gen Z employees will ask HR people to make doctor appointments for them because their parents always did it for them.
Yeah.
God.
I know, and that seems wild to us.
Boy, that's rough.
Because, well, it is rough to us. It's not to them, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they bring other things to the table. It's just very different from how we
Like
were.
what?
I've had to teach I've had to teach a couple of my 30-something neighbors in
I don't
France
know.
how to change a tire.
Yeah.
Dusty taught me how to change a tire.
Batman?
Yeah. When I had a nail in my tire at the old building, had never done it before, had never gone through anything
God,
to do it before. I'm like, he's like, it's not that hard. I'm like, okay, but how am I supposed to know?
I will say that I think a lot of it.
Is there anything Dusty can't do?
I am convinced.
Black don't.
Grow a good beard. I am convinced that half of that stuff is, like Buckley said, is it's just doing it once.
No, that's what I mean.
If you've learned to do, if you see something done once, it's not as scary. But I think for a lot of younger people, it's just never been presented to them, and they've never sought it out, and so I think it scares them a
Well,
little
and
bit.
there's a lot of things too. Like you think about home ownership.
Yeah.
When we bought houses for $120,000.
So you were forced to learn a lot of that stuff by.
I know I was. Yeah, I didn't have that growing up, but I had it when I bought a house. You had to learn that stuff.
Well, it's true. Like I learned a lot about, I don't know.
But these kids, to finish my point, they can't buy a house for $125,000.
No.
So they're not in homes like we were at younger ages because everything's more expensive now.
So at 22 or 23 years old, I learned about, learning about blown fuses and how to deal with that stuff and the stuff that comes along with home ownership, how to change out a ceiling fan or whatever. But you're right that if you've had an apartment your whole life and you're 30, why would you know how to do any of that stuff?
I mean, some of it falls on parents.
Sure.
You just got to teach kids how to do things, but parents are doing less and less of that in these modern times. Here are the top 5 things Gen Zers can't do. This is common skills boomers are shocked Gen Zers don't know.
Okay.
Number 5, how to count correct change. They were brought up in the credit card world. And, of course, that's now moved to their phones, apps like Venmo.
That's basic. Boy, that's shocking to me because I understand that, that's basic counting. Huh.
Number 4.
I was surprised.
How to tell time on a clock with hands.
Yeah, I can see that being.
Of course, this isn't all of Gen Z, but they struggle the most when the clock has Roman numerals or just lines where the numbers go.
I can see that. 100%.
That blows me away, but yes. Yeah. I see. Number 3, how to unclog a toilet using a plunger.
Totally can see it.
Yeah,
See, that one that's something you should learn when you're so young that your parent never has to do it for you more than that one. Like, I don't know about that.
But I also feel like a plunger, you can just look at it and figure it out.
Yeah, there's a
Right?
hole that's clogged, and this thing has a circle. What are you
Yeah,
supposed to do?
right.
Put it on the side?
I
No.
don't know, man. I'm often amazed at times when what you think is basic, it doesn't dawn on them until you show it to them.
Number 2, how to address a piece of mail.
Oh, yeah.
Give him an envelope
That
and tell him
totally
to
makes
send it in the
sense.
mail to a long-lost relative. See him try to figure out what goes where, including home address, stamp, and where it's being sent.
Yeah, make sure to include return address.
Well, writing a check probably is the same thing. Anything like that. Mail, checks, anything that's handwritten. I have a teacher friend of mine who says that because of like Chat GPT, she makes the students sometimes write by hand, and when that happens, it all goes to hell. Like it's brutal.
Yeah.
Kids like freak out about having to write a page by hand.
A lot of
Because
kids. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it just and the kids totally melt down and say that it's unfair and whole thing.
I heard a lot of kids too are also using online contractions, like when they write stuff out, like instead of YOU''RE, they're just doing the letters UR because that's what they've been doing on IM and text forever.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
And this guy's right. There's YouTube on how there is a YouTube how-to for literally everything.
Yes.
How are they still so clueless? That's a good point. Because I tell you what, you and I didn't really have YouTube when we were kids.
And I use it all the time.
All the time for little things.
I
wonder what-
recently replaced the ice maker in the bottom part of my freezer.
There you go.
And would YouTube. And my daughter was
Super
like,
easy.
My daughter was like, "Oh my God, Dad!" And I was like, "YouTube." And she was like, "Oh," and she helped me do it. And when we did it, she got done. She was like, "Well, that wasn't that hard." And
Isn't
I'm
it the best when you pull up the actual video?
Yeah.
And you have to sort through some videos to see what's exactly the one you want.
like, you find the exact one.
But then you find the one you want, and it's only like 2 minutes long. You're like,
Amazing.
perfect.
Yep.
This won't take long. And number 1, top 5 things Gen Zers can't do and drives boomers crazy. How to read a map and figure out directions. Not even, I mean, I don't even know how.
No, I mean, that would
I mean, there was no such thing as paper maps when they were in their lifetime.
No, that's not their fault. It's just not a thing. But I would tell you what, if we ever got to a thing where like electronics went down, like and we had to like do stuff without yourself, they would be effed. In the apocalypse, they will be absolutely effed.
I'm still waiting for it to happen. We've seen whether it's, I mean, like, people are worried about nuclear warfare and things like that. A serious way to derail a whole nation?
Yeah.
Get rid of their internet.
Yeah, what
Get
is
rid
that?
of their electricity.
Yeah, like one of the dirty bombs or whatever. What do they call them? Like the electrical pinches or whatever, the pulses, and it just shuts down electric grids. Society would collapse within a few days.
Don't give them any ideas, guys.
It just would.
Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, now.
All right, we will wrap it up next on The Fan.
Boy.
It's back! Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. The afternoon round is sold out, and the morning round is filling up fast. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by Cazadores Tequila and George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What if the key to eternal happiness were simply finding the best combo of chicken wings and ice-cold beer? Then you'd need to get over to Big's Chicken. Mix and match their dry spiced wings with all their house-made sauces. And once you've achieved pure harmony, you can try their one-of-a-kind sandwiches. Big's Chicken on Northeast Gleason or online at bigschicken.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9.
Oh, Schulte.
We were just peeing together, Schulte and I.
How was it?
It was good. He was bragging about so I peed with Buckley and Schulte today.
Oh, nice.
Together.
Yeah.
I mean, not together. Separate instances.
You guys had a three-way
Shared a
going,
stall
did
and
you?
everything. Did a sword fight?
Yeah. Like hold hands and.
Yeah, I don't want to like call him out or anything, but one of them, well, Buckley took a mid-show dookie. Good luck to me.
It's a bold move.
Now. It was a bold move, but
what are you gonna do?
I know.
I wasn't going to wait till the end of the show.
Bro, I've been there. I totally get it. But I was really impressed. But what I was going to tell you is...
you were impressed. Hey, congratulations.
Well,
I am an impressive dumper.
I was impressed how fast he was. Because I was in there. Because I followed him in there. And normally I follow him in there and we're both peeing.
Yeah.
But then he went into the stall and that threw me off. And now I'm like, oh.
Around the ankle.
Should I leave? And then we got to talk it. But my point is that I talked to Buckley while he was pooping.
Sure.
And I talked to Schulte while he was peeing. Yeah. So we break the ice by talking while we.
And I don't believe in that.
I know you don't.
I believe in science. In fact, I've chastised Buckley before.
It would be much more awkward.
I brought that up while I was on the crapper.
Yeah. It would be much more awkward if Buckley was pooping and I knew it and he knew I was in there.
And we were just both silent?
No word was said. You can't do that.
You do. You keep it quiet.
That was for the good of the game. So Schulte was bragging to me while he was peeing that he correctly predicted that when he was on the show with us last year and Robbie, or 2 years, whenever Robbie Ray got traded, that the Mariners would only win 85 games or no more than 85 games, and they won 85 games. So he was bragging about that to me. Yes.
Did he just remember it?
What an odd.
Yeah, I don't really know
Because it's
why.
an odd time for it to come up.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I mean, Robbie Ray's been really good for the Giants.
Wow,
But
I think he wanted to tell me.
What a strange.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
What?
That whole thing would throw me off.
We've given away too much to
But yeah.
arrive at these
When you're in
political
the bathroom with another man,
compromises.
just keep it quiet. Just let's go.
Boy,
Move it along.
here now.
No one wants to talk, and so it's awkward banter. Just shut up.
Here now. Boy.
Keep it quiet. Keep
Yeah,
it cold.
no, we
Get out of
talk.
there.
We talk. And you know what? If the next time you and I pee together, I'm going to be bringing up some topics.
You remember Robbie Ray? What a weird thing to bring up.
And it's going to be that random.
Hey, my penis is in my hand. And by the way, Robbie Ray.
All right, everybody have a great night. Hot Corner coming up next. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Yeah, now.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies,